What's up? Hello. Mega is late confirmed. Oh, by 1 minute. Come on. What's up? Oh no, what? I'm already getting errors. Oh, good. What up? I don't know if this is the right vibe of music for Age of Umbra, but I feel like it has to be something a little creepy, you know what I'm saying? How I read it immediately at the start of stream. Shush up. It's true. What's up? Hello. I'm going to stop the music now. I want music right at the start, but then I'm always kind of like, meh. After the fact. What's up? Hello. I should not have even tried. I tried to fix my controller and it just didn't work. But that's fine. I'm okay with it. It's not important. What did we think of episode 1? I will spoil it for you immediately. I liked it quite a bit. I definitely had some things here and there, you know, that we will certainly talk about. But overall, I enjoyed it. And I was trying to think about, like, what or how do I want to talk about this? How do I want to structure it? And if people don't know, I'm just saying it in episode 1 and I liked it or whatever. Hello, I'm Mega. This is Analyzing Umbra. We are talking about Critical Role's new mini-series, Age of Umbra. We're talking about the episode that aired last Thursday, which was episode 1, titled Desperlock. And we will also be covering like a recap. We'll be talking about the episode, what we thought about it, likes, dislikes, all of that. And also discussing maybe what you need to know for episode 2, if maybe you only watched part of it, of episode 1, or if maybe you didn't watch it at all, but you want to be able to join in for live tomorrow. I will give you just the raw details. Or not the raw details. The exactly what you need to know. And if you want a very detailed synopsis, the Critical Role wiki has that. I recommend it. I won't be going in like crazy detail on this stream. Well, I'll be going into a different kind of detail. But in terms of synopsis detail, I will not be going crazy deep on it. So that is what we're doing here today. Umbra heads? I don't know about Umbra heads. I think it's still critters. Should you introduce yourself to anyone who is new? Oh, you were doing it as I typed this. Hello, my name is... I didn't introduce myself. I explained the series, so that's true. I'm Mega. I do a lot of talking about Critical Role, but it is from, or at least it used to be from, the perspective of someone who had never seen Critical Role, had never seen an actual play. At this point, I've done nearly a lot of hours. Well, actually, wait, I can say exactly how many hours. I've done this many hours. I've watched that many hours of Critical Role, and I have spent that many hours on the actual watch. Because I pause, I talk, I analyze, all that sort of stuff. Over 9,000. Not quite there yet. But I do a lot of theorizing. I do a lot of looking at Matt's GMing techniques, the player techniques, talking about what the good, the bad, the ugly, all that sort of stuff. So that is who I am. That's what we're doing here today. Hopefully you enjoy it. Don't look at the wiki page. I'm looking at the wiki page. To be clear, I'm only looking at the wiki for Age of Umbra, but like, I'm looking at the wiki page. to be very, very clear. But I did ask for a direct link to the Age of Umbra wiki. I'm not looking at the Critical Role wiki for very obvious reasons. So that is that, and I was thinking about, I was like, okay, I want to do a small recap, and then I also want to talk about, the things that stood out to me, all that sort of general discussion. But for this one, the episode 1, it feels like the recap almost needs to be longer than probably what the standard recap will end up being for the rest of the episodes, because this was the intro. This is where we learned about all of the characters, the setting. We got a little bit of it during session 0, but there were some distinct differences. I would say Ashley's character is definitely... it's still what she talked about in episode 0, I guess, session 0, but it has some very distinct differences. I'm going to take these off. Sometimes there's spoilers on the sides of the pages. I'm not... Okay. I'll keep that in mind. I was not looking at the sides of the pages. I was pretty laser focused, but I will definitely keep that in mind then. But for this episode, I thought I would give kind of as much of a, these are the big hits for the series and for the episode in terms of an introduction. And I didn't quite know how to do that in my normal style. So, and you'll have to bear with me because I haven't done this since middle school, but I put together a little bit of a PowerPoint. It's not an actual PowerPoint, it's a Google Slides. But I put together a little bit of a slideshow for everybody. Now, I don't know about the exact, layout and format. I was really uncertain of how exactly to organize it, and even now looking at it, I already want to start reorganizing. But we're gonna start here. I might be moving my camera around a little bit to try and make sure I'm not in the way of anything. But this is I guess you could call it my sort of recap presentation for Age of Umbra episode 1. And if it looks like it's a corporate template, it is. Because I am not a graphic designer, so I blatantly stole one of the Google Slides templates. Is it stealing if it's a template? I don't think so. All right. So let's get into it. First and foremost, Age of Umbra episode 1, Desperate Lock. First and foremost, poll time. Ha! You thought I was going to start presenting? You fools! I'm going to get your input first. I'm not going to tell you shit about what I think. I want to hear what you think first before I prime you in any way. And we already have an instance where I need to move myself out of the way a little bit. So, I'm still on screen. That's fine. How would you rate this as a first session of an actual play miniseries? The scale's -5 to 5. I wish I could put that much in the actual poll thing, but the poll only allows 4 options. So I had to clump some of the options together, as you can see. I'll put myself over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And, we're going from very positive to very negative. Peace. I really wish I would have considered my camera and chat when I was actually making the presentation, but I didn't. So we're going to be moving the around the screen a little bit. But I'm going to leave that poll up for a little bit, at least for the duration of me talking about the characters. And then we will take a look at the poll after I'm finished talking about the characters. And voted very, though more 4 than 5 for me. Hey, fair enough. Yeah, and feel free to put your more detailed rating in the chat. I wish I could have more granularity in the poll, but not possible at the moment. So with that, we will move on to talking about the characters, because I think that that was probably, that was nearly half the session. The first half of the session was mostly just introducing our core cast of characters. put an asterisk when I say core cast. We'll come back to that later. But our core 5 right now are these 5. And I did make some room down here for this. Oh my gosh. Everything is bad about where all of my people are. Okay, wait. I'm going to put you guys down below me again, because this is how I used to have you. There we go. All right. There we go. I will have to dock points for future presentations. No! Shit. That's fair. I get it. I should also probably put this on top now that I think about it. All right. So, meet the team. Also, this meet the team was part of the template, and I loved it. So I kept it. We have Travis playing the human seraph, Idol. We have Ashley playing the Clank Bard, Misty. We have Marisha playing the Orc Guardian, Brixton. We have Taliesin. Oh, I didn't put... No! Oh, no, we're docking even more points. Well, Taliesin is the... I know the facts off the top of my head. Taliesin is playing the fairy wizard named August. And Sam is the fawn ranger named Snix. I did not put their ancestry and class there. Dang it. That's more docked points. Shoot. You have thoughts about the characters? Oh, I can't wait. I love the scary body horror themes in all the media, so that's a 4.5 for me. I'm sure you love August then. The body horror on August, on Taliesin's character, went crazy. It was actually kind of interesting because a lot of things about August felt familiar to me, only having seen Percy. Because keep in mind, for anyone in chat, I just finished up the Chroma Conclave arc in Campaign 1. I have not seen any of Campaign 2 or 3. Please, no spoilers. I very much thank you for your restraint. But I can make some comparisons to the Campaign 1 characters. And August does remind me of Percy in some key ways, but he's very different in some other very key ways. But we will start with Idol. And when I was thinking about how to describe the characters, I thought to myself, I want to describe them similarly almost to the experiences, like how the experiences are described in Daggerheart, because I really love those. And Idol, to me, gives cursed with terrible purpose and old for his age. Not just an old soul, but he is someone who grew up before his time, who was forced to take on adulthood. It was thrust upon him. He did not take it willingly. Next, we have Misty, which I said memory within memory, and unsettlingly earnest. Misty is terrifying, but not in a malevolent manner. She is just as she exists is a just deeply disquieting entity to be around, which is very nice. I really, really like Misty. And I said memory within memory because they have this whole dichotomy with Misty around she is this, her consciousness is sort of this ancient spirit, but is simultaneously like experiencing the memories of the body she's inhabiting. And we know that within this campaign frame, clanks are essentially empty vessels. Like a clank needs a separate spirit in order to animate the inanimate object. But the inanimate object, like a clank's vessel, the statue that Misty inhabits, does seem to have its own memories. It seems that memories are imprinted upon inanimate objects within this setting, within this campaign frame. And very interestingly, I think we saw a few other pieces of that throughout the session. I think there were multiple points in the session where we got more of that inanimate objects are imprinted with memories. I think we got more of that tone and that theme throughout the entire session. Next is Brixton, who I labeled homeschooled hero and glory no matter the cost. Brixton is a really interesting one. Obviously not literally homeschooled, but has this very sheltered energy, but also this incredible like drive and almost ambition about her. So even though she is a rule follower, like she's very orderly, she's very lawful, she is also willing to push the boundaries and push the law in order to achieve greater good. Or not even really greater good, but greater glory. Next is August Taliesin. I said both Frankenstein and his monster. August is a supremely terrifying entity. Not in the same way as Misty. Not like existentially terrifying, just scary. And the other phrase that I had for him is the work is done expertly. The mannerisms of the spider, of the precision of the thread of the sewer. He is both needle and thread. Again, literally. He produces his own thread. He pokes his own eye to generate the liquid for his ice spikes. He is burning, not burning necessarily, but he is both the crafter and the material. He's... And this is where I said, he gives me a lot of Percy vibes. Like, August gives me the vibe of an artificer and a warlock, which you could argue Percy does as well. Except Percy is pacting, is entering into his pact for a deeper ambition separate from the knowledge, right? His guns are his tools. Knowledge is, or the pursuit of knowledge for Percy is not necessarily a intrinsically good pursuit. It is merely a pursuit that gives you tools in order to affect your other priorities. August, on the other hand, August is much more like the witchy taboo side of warlocks, seeking out eldritch knowledge, information, kind of for its own sake, crafting just to see what's on the other side. And yes, some of it is functional, but it doesn't feel, at least though, as if that is kind of the underlying goal. The underlying goal is not necessarily to enact change or to make things functional. That's a nice byproduct, at least the way that I interpreted him. Also, thank you for the 12 months, Albie. I really appreciate it. Oh, and then Snyx, who I called the Curious Coward, which almost seems like an oxymoron in and of itself. And the secondary, sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. Because Snyx is a very interesting character. Like, I said at one point when we were watching through the episode, I was in the spoilers chat in my Discord. Join if you want to chat while watching the episode. It was a lot of fun. And I made a comment about, like, I'll be interested to see how they get a coward to heed the call of adventure. And even more fundamentally, Snyx is a ranger. He's a wayfinder. He travels between settlements in a world where that travel is explicitly, incredibly incredibly dangerous. And so thinking about him as a coward almost seems impossible, but he is. Like, every moment that we see him interacting, he is looking to avoid danger at every turn, even if he doesn't know what the danger is. He is, and so that's why I labeled him this curious coward. I think he does have these aspects to the character that are not necessarily mutually exclusive. He has the, weakness of cowardice, but he also has, maybe not necessarily the virtue, but he is also an incredibly curious individual. He is diving into Misty's etymology. Like, it's a bit of a joke, but like, he asks Misty if she poops. And clearly, no one had ever asked that before. Like, Snyx has an inherently curious mind and heart. He is looking to connect the settlements. He wants to find safe passage between them. In fact, wayfinding is almost the natural evolution of these two traits. If you are a coward, but you also want to explore and connect with others, you want to find the absolute guaranteed safest path. You want to find the way. And so I find Snyx very, very interesting with sort of those kind of dueling pushes and pulls. He has the curiosity to push him forward and the cowardice to pull him back. And frankly, and this is not a knock on any of the other characters, I think they all have some of this to varying degrees, but I found this to be an incredibly compelling way to define a character through these contrasting pushes and pulls, where one part of you is constantly pushing you forward and the other part of you is constantly pulling you back. I found that incredibly compelling. So I will pause there. We'll pause on the zoom in of Desperlock, and I'll read some chats. We'll discuss the characters a little bit, and I'll end the poll. People seem to be very much on the positive side. It seems like everyone is above 0. I think I am definitely, I'm at about a 4 myself. I think there were some weaknesses that I will talk about. But I think I'm definitely at like a 4. Like, I wouldn't call it my perfect episode, despite what the title of this stream might imply. It's that clickbait again. I would put it maybe just under. So I will end that poll, and I will look through some chats, see what y'all are saying. Let's see. Oh no, I didn't have that chat pulled up. That's fine. I have it over here. All right. Lots and lots. You're on mobile. Let's see. Daggerheart has some cool creature origins. In the phase of I want to be a hot elf in C1, and the more creaturey they get with Daggerheart, the less mass appeal I think it will have for TV show adaptations. I think that they cut an interesting line with the fawn and the fairy modifications. Like, I think that Taliesin and Sam's characters both cut that interesting line of being very, very monstery without being maybe, we might say, off-putting. So I think they cut an interesting line there. But we'll see. We'll see how much more horrific it gets, or if it doesn't get that much more horrific. We'll see. Misty having memories not her own is such a cool detail, really plays with the lore of the campaign frame. I totally agree. The visions and the mysteries of Misty are very, very interesting from a like purely setting lore perspective. You know, I even have a section later in the presentation that is around that is basically around like notable lore. And there's no character lore except for Misty, because Misty is so tied into the setting in a way that, you know, everyone is tied in to a degree, but she is very tied into it, which is very, very interesting. I want to know what the fuck is up with the moth. Oh my god, the moth is crazy, and that is where we got the that's where I got the impression of like Frankenstein and his monster. Like, he is experimenting on himself ostensibly. Beer saying I should say the specific C1 ep. The specific C1 ep, someone did put it in chat. I remember? I think it's 83. Yep, up to 83. So episode 83 to be exact. Snicks is probably my favorite so far. Snicks is pretty good. I truly do like all of them. I like all of them in very different ways. I think maybe if I'm having to rank them, you know, this is not saying that I think the character is bad or uninteresting. I think they're all very interesting. But the ones I'm the least interested in are probably Idle and Brixton. But I will also say you need some straight men to like bounce off the more crazy and kooky cats. And I still like both of them a lot. I really, really like Idle's archetype of this like kind of not unwitting power, but unwilling power. I like this power that has been forced upon him. I like that a lot. And I like that Brixton seems to be the most like, I don't want to say insane, but her sanity seems to be the most frayed of the party members. And she is also the most convicted by a wide margin, which I really like. I really like that unhinged. I like that unhinged conviction. That's a really, really cool part of her character. So even though they're the ones that compel me the least, they still compel me quite a bit. I loved the characters. Anything that brings that episode down to a 4 for me had basically nothing to do with the characters. I really liked the characters a lot. Snicks reminds me too much of one of Sam's other characters, so he's not my favorite. I still like him. That's fair, which I you know, maybe you're talking about. I could see him reminding you a bit of Scanlan, but also obviously he could remind you of someone else in a different miniseries, different campaign. And if there is that sort of not lack of originality, but like lack of novelty, I could see the character not hitting for you as hard. I can definitely see that, yeah. It's such a Sam question, but yeah, it's surprisingly more of an interesting question in reality. Yeah, about the poop? Absolutely. We tend to think of bravery when talking about survival. Snicks shows us that sometimes the best survivors are cowards. Oh my gosh, absolutely. There is... like, and I think that sometimes I think you most often see that sort of archetype, that sort of like the cowards survive the best in horrific survival scenarios, especially horrific. Like, I think you see that a lot in The Walking Dead. I think you see it a lot of times in like Call of Cthulhu adjacent, like Lovecraftian horror. Yeah, the cowards are the best survivors is a very interesting kind of archetype or point of character. And I really, really like, and again, I really liked the characters. I'm not going to lie to you. Because I especially love that interesting archetype is directly contrasted with Brixton, who is incredibly brave. And I don't think she's necessarily stupid, but she is almost brave to and the level of her bravery and like confidence almost goes to highlight the underlying fraying of her sanity. Like, and having, not only having them in the same party, but having them have such an explicit and obvious connection to each other. I also found that incredibly compelling, of these two people who are seemingly very like intense contributors to society. Like, Brixton is viewed as a very like a very impactful member of the Desperlock society, as is Snyx. The other three are relative nobodies comparatively. But we have Snyx and Brixton, even though they are so notable and, you know, seemingly viewed as so useful, and such contributing members to Desperlock. Also, they're the only two that are from Desperlock. Even despite all of that, they are like on opposite ends of this cowardice versus bravery spectrum. And they have this connection with each other. It's so interesting. I really, really enjoyed that. Let's see. Brix is my favorite up front, especially after watching for years and knowing Marisha's other PCs. That's fair. And like, I do think that there is, you know, don't go into too much detail on the other PCs, but I definitely think that I am coming at this only knowing the C1 PCs. And all of these PCs are very different, immediately have a lot more depth to them than the C1 PCs. I think the C1 PCs, at least a lot of them, developed depth over the course of the campaign, at least that I've seen so far. But they definitely didn't start out with as much. They started very archetypical. Whereas these characters have certain archetypes that they are portraying, but they're much more kind of fringe archetypes. They're more complicated. They have a little bit more weight and depth to them. So I do think that might be skewing my perception of how much I like the characters a little bit. Let's see. Ari Snyx, deer have to live in the forest and survive. They can't opt out of survival risk and have learned to run to survive. I think of Sam's PC that way. His fear gives him a survival edge. I agree. Yeah, I totally agree. Did I talk about Travis's? Yeah, Idle. Idle was the first one that we talked about. I don't honestly have too much to say about Idle, unfortunately. Mostly because we haven't really... There's a lot of implied depth to Idle with the way that he interacts with, I think it was Aaron Lothroot, with the way that he interacts with the teenage dwarven girl. There's a lot of implied depth there, but I don't feel like I've seen quite enough to like fully speak to it, especially in terms of potential flaws. I don't feel like I've seen a lot of flawed behavior. He seems very conflicted about the power, but I don't think I think his is one of the most, well, maybe not most complicated, but I think that his big character moments will probably be in relation to other people, like in relation to how people view him, right? Because he has this internal power that is not bad. Like, his internal power isn't bad. It isn't scary like August's. Like, it's a pretty explicitly good thing, but it has a lot of cultural ramifications, right? People have very differing views of it within the surrounding culture. And so I think that most of our depth with Idle will wind up in how he reacts to other people's reactions. Does he react violently? Does he isolate? Does he run away when things get tough? maybe speaking to a certain level of cowardice or a certain level of like just getting overwhelmed and possibly not being able to deal with his internal emotions, mirroring his inability to deal with the power welling up inside of him. So I think that is where we will start to see Idol's depth, and we haven't really seen that yet. We almost got it when he healed when he I have the name later, but when he healed the injured Delver as they came out of the vaults. We kind of got it, and we got a sense that he really does want to help. You know, he risked exposing himself in order to help that guy heal. But we didn't really get like a distinct interaction. So I think that's where we'll start to see his depth. But so I don't think it's like his fault that we haven't seen it. I just think the character is interesting, but kind of requires a little bit of bouncing to show off. Is it over already? No. I'm splitting it into sort of sections. I just want to talk about the characters right now because the characters are so interesting to me. And I think that like a solid base of these characters is going to be important for the entire show, you know? You don't think living moth surgically attached is off-putting? Oh no, he's very off-putting. August is incredibly off-putting. Do you think August did that to himself? That wasn't the vibe I got. Considering his vibe and where he came from, feels like a gift from home. Possibly. I am very interested in that. I still get the Dr. Frankenstein vibe from him. I think he might have done it to himself, given the experimentation that he seems to still be doing on himself. You know, and given the way that like he casts Ice Spike. But I do think it's also very possible that, yeah, it's a gift from home. I think that is very, very possible. Yeah. Let's see. Marisha said Brixton was inspired by Don Quixote. I knew this was gonna come up. I don't know who Don Quixote is. Like, I know who Don Quixote is. I know it's a book, and it's like The Gentleman from La Mancha, and I've heard it referenced so much that I know enough of the vibe to, like... I know enough of the vibe to, like... to, like, pass by in normal conversation. Like, I know who Don Quixote is. But I don't know enough of who Don Quixote is. I haven't read the book to know what that means. That Brixton is like modeled off of Don Quixote. So if you know about Don Quixote, that's a good point. Marisha did say that Brixton is kind of modeled after Don. But I don't know. I also think maybe while we're talking about it, I might switch back and forth between their slides as we're going. I think that'll be fun. Anyways, how much is your rating being puffed up? Puffed up by being impressed with the glow up on the tech and set comparison to the C183 set. I will try to be as honest as possible and like as self-reflective as possible, because I did think about that. I don't think much. In fact, there are certain aspects of it that I thought to myself, man, they could have done more given what they have going on. We'll talk about that when we get to the maps, because I thought that the maps were incredible, but the fundamental combat design didn't really seem to make a lot of use out of the increased map quality. And I don't just mean, and I don't mean like the 3D Dwarven Forge in terms of like quality. I mean in terms of like, I think that the layouts and the obstacles and the elevation changes, like, I think that the map's design was better, but the adversaries just didn't make a lot of use of it. And like the combat design around it didn't make a lot of use of it. So I will put an asterisk there that I was incredibly impressed by the tech glow up. I loved the what was it called? The knocker or whatever? The thing that like made them all jump during the middle. Like I had a much like I would be much more as just like our average viewer, as someone that's not doing like, content around this. I think I would be much more taken and interested instantly by this show than I would by C1 because of the tech glow up. But in terms of my overall rating of it, maybe it takes it from like a 3.5 to a 4. Maybe like a 3.75. I think the tech glow up was a pretty minor part of what I liked or didn't like. Yeah. Also, the novelty of the cast, seeing the cast play different PCs. I will say that's the part that I think I could be the most biased on. Is that I think I may like these PCs even more than I already would. I think I would like them a lot, no matter what. But I think I like them even more, possibly because of the novelty of seeing them. Yeah. The only thing I know about Don Quixote is tilting at windmills. Okay, so I'm not alone. I'm not alone in my lack of Don Quixote knowledge. Yeah. How many conversations are you having that you pass off knowledge of Don Quixote? I don't know. It comes up sometimes. Brixton is a bit too manic for me. I've always found staring into a fire to be calming and meditative. I get that. I think that Brixton really, the reason that I, one of the taglines that I put is homeschooled hero is I think that Brixton really embodies this, I do think manic is possibly like the right word for it, of this very the energy of a person that has been suppressed for so long, that does have this very iron will, that has a lot of self-control and has been restricting and restraining themselves for so long. Like, it's a weird thing to say. Yeah, cabin fever. Yes. It's almost like it's hard to put into exact words, but Brixton is one of the first characters that even if I didn't already know it, I think I would know just based on her mannerisms that she is older. Because we know that Brixton is old for an orc within the frame of Age of Umbra. She's on the older side. And I think she's one of the few characters that I would have actually gotten that from, because she has an energy to her that I think you can only get with years and years and years of self-repression, of self-suppression. Like, I don't think that this energy exists in a young person, because you just need years of not doing the thing that you feel like you should be doing. You need years of wanting and wishing that you could do something more. And then you get this when you finally get it. And that is the... And so she's one of the few characters I certainly that I've seen in an actual play, but I almost feel like I've ever seen that I can tell she has a certain amount of age to her just from who she is. You know what I'm saying? It's very, very interesting. For me, the big difference is audio. I mean, the audio is crazy different. Yeah. It's like the most important work of the Spanish language. Don Quixote, I know. And we had the option to read it in school. I think instead of Don Quixote, we had like the option of doing a book report on like 3 different books. I think it was Don Quixote, and it was like 3 different, was it like Anna Karenina? It was like a world literature, like, triumvirate. Speaking of Age of Umbra stuff. It was like 3 different books that were like global sort of hits. Or not hits, but important works of global literature, and you could pick one. And that was the only time that I was like, that it came up in schooling, and I chose something that wasn't Don Quixote. I don't remember what it was. But yeah. It's from the 1600 somethings. Yeah, it's like it's supposed to be like the first modern novel. Yeah. It's almost like, I feel like you stare in the fire surrounded by darkness for so long you grow a little obsessive. Oh, absolutely. Manic energy, like the person who spent the entire weekend at home not talking to anyone and is so happy to talk to an actual person. Yes. Like that is, it's such an interesting energy. It's very, very interesting. And I think she is much like Idol. I think a lot of the depth that we will see from her is like when she goes too far. Like when, or not even necessarily too far, but like when she is asked to stay back, which I think is very possible for reasons that we'll talk about later. But I think it is like if she is asked to go back to her previous life, or if she's asked to stop, you know, she's held herself in place for so long that she's like a spring, like coiled up. And now that she's moving, I think we will see some of the most interesting moments from her character when she is asked to stop moving. Like, I think right now, I don't want to say she doesn't feel deep or she doesn't feel interesting, because I still do think she does, but I think she will feel even more interesting when they need to stop and chill, and she does not want to. Yeah. I read Americans don't really have world history. Well, it depends. It depends on your state and your school. I mean, we don't have probably as much global history as it also, like, in high school, it depends on like what history classes you can get into. Because like my AP, like social studies class did do a lot of world history, but if you weren't in the AP class, I think it did less. As I've gotten much older, I'd rather not talk to people an entire weekend without people. Sounds lovely. But I think Brixton is clearly, you know, if the comparison to talking to people is wanting to perform great deeds, she has been told her whole life that she is performing a great deed by being a pyre keeper, and she has never actually felt it in her soul. You know what I'm saying? She's never felt it in her heart and in her soul that she is actually performing great deeds. So it's almost like if you were talking to people on Discord all weekend, and people are like, that's socializing. But you have this deep down belief that socializing requires like being in person with someone. And it's like, I think that's kind of her energy, is she's been told you're doing glorious works her entire life, but she's never truly believed it. And I think in a lot of ways, that would sort of make you feel fraudulent. If you don't believe that you are doing glorious works, but everyone is telling you that you are, that would make you feel like a fraud. And so I think some of that mania could also kind of stem from that side of things, of wanting to prove correct all of the things that people have always said about her, but she never truly believed about herself. Yeah. Please acknowledge Sarah and Set talking about Idol's name. Sarah and Set. Where in this chat or in this chat or in the what do we call it? In the spoilers chat? In this chat? Where was Set and Sarah? I did not see Set Theshel. Oh, wait. Oh, idle is also the root of idyllic. Okay, sorry. I was trying to read current chats. But I will go back a little bit. But I think one thing this episode made me realize is how much more engaging Daggerheart combat is. Like, I haven't skipped through a lot of D&D combat, but I really enjoyed this. I will definitely be talking about that later, because I have thoughts on Daggerheart in general. Yeah. His name being idle, static, willingly stuck in place, and idol, iconic, religious, a symbol of divinity, is a nice duality. He's meant to be an idol, but he's currently being idle. Well, and idyllic. Oh, and Seth Eshelo mentioned idyllic right after that. Yeah. There is this idol, and idyllic. It's a very, I don't have a huge amount of thoughts on their names specifically, but idol does seem to have a lot of, as you guys have appropriately pointed out, a lot of meaning and thought behind it. Misty, I can definitely see. Misty has a direct explanation behind it, which is August called her Mystery, and Misty then came for short, which is very fun and very cute. And, she's this spirit inhabiting this body. There's some relationship to Mist there. Brixton, I haven't identified a meaning around it, if there is one. August there's a lot of, August has a lot of meaning associated with it, historically, because it is so intimately tied into Roman culture, really, Roman Empire, and so I am sure that there is a very distinct reason that Taliesin chose August, but I can't quite pin it down. Maybe I'm just missing it. The 8th month and the character Spider-Man, I could see an 8. Yeah, and a nobly, but it's interesting because August, the character, doesn't really give me noble energy quite. So I don't know. August is a little interesting in that sense. And then, oops, there we go. And then Snicks. I think Snicks is just short and sweet. I don't know that there's much more complication around it, but maybe there is. I don't know. Maybe he's just the 8th child. That'd be funny if we heard about his clutch, all of his brothers and sisters. His medium-sized top hat doesn't give you noble vibes. No, it gives me Fagin vibes. For anyone that has seen Oliver, August gives me big Fagin energy, Popper noble. So I guess in a way it gives me nobility, but it gives me very Popper nobility. But yeah, I don't know. But I do think that idol has maybe some of the most clear symbolism within it. And I'm sure that there is more that I'm just missing, but nothing that really stood out to me directly, I feel like August has a touch of Leo from the Candela, just proper and somewhat dandyish. And extremely weird as a coping mechanism. Fair enough. Okay, I've caught up now. But yeah. Wait, I missed it. We had plenty of Don Quixote isn't world history, it's European literature. Okay, that's fair. Global studies, we'll say. I didn't mean necessarily world history, but we'll say global studies, including like global history, global literature. We had plenty of world history and ancient history, but it was biased European Western civ. Oh, I will agree with that. I definitely think we had a decent amount of European studies, honestly, probably more than Europeans think. I think most people just didn't pay attention. So that's where some of the maybe stereotypes come from about Americans' world or global knowledge. But it was definitely biased European. So let's see. 1 year US, 1 year European, 1 year world, and 1 year Asian. Oh, interesting. I did not have that worldly of an education on it. Both my middle school in Brazil and my high school in Italy, we had one subject called history, and it went chronological and jumped back and forth in different places in the world. That is I think that's an incredibly intuitive way to do it. But I honestly, truly don't have enough opinions about education to give a deeper take on it. But yeah. I think of the Firefly scene where Simon is explaining to Kaylee that his manners somehow mean more out in the black. So that pauper noble vibe I have off of Leo and August. I can see that. Okay. You know what? That's pretty convincing to me, honestly. Yeah. Yeah, the idea that, and especially with what we can imply based off of where August came from, like the allusions that Taliesin has made to his home, I can see the manners. I see what you mean, I think, more regarding like the manners being a coping mechanism. Or maybe you didn't say that, but I can almost see, yeah, the manners being a coping mechanism for how otherwise disturbed and disturbing he is. Yeah. Interesting. Cleaning some code of conduct, yeah. Who thought Norway was a Sweden? August weirdly reminds me of Assassin's Creed British character. Yeah. Huh. Okay. Anyways, I think we've talked about the characters quite a bit. So next I will talk about Desperlock. And there's not a ton to say about Desperlock, and I actually have maybe a larger point surrounding this later. But Desperlock was created during session 0 by the characters, and when I say created, I mean essentially created out of whole cloth. The players were presented with this map. And they said, build, you guys get to place your settlement and like define what your settlement is and does, and you can put it anywhere. And the only real guidance that they were given is that these symbols right here represent the sacred pyres. And they did determine that they probably wanted to do it around an existing sacred pyre. They chose here. They called it Desperlock. And they defined a lot of things about Desperlock. They defined the aspect of Desperlock being this society that like plumbs tombs for ancient knowledge. Like they defined it as this sort of library, sort of mercantile society, which is very, very. It's interesting to me from a like DMing challenge standpoint, because I was interested in as to how Matt was going to make a plot work and feel like integrated into the world, given this level of freedom in creation. But to just talk about Desperlock specifically in terms of the lore that we know, there are about 300 people in Desperlock. Very, very small. And I will move my camera over to here. Perfect. So that you guys can see Desperlock over there. Very, very small, kind of off in this corner of the frame, literally. And the only other really like notable settlement that we are aware of is Okros. There is also this Celsian Athenaeum, but we haven't heard anyone really talk about it. And Okros is where Snyx is returning from when at the very, very beginning of the show. And I did a little bit of rough math. If you want to see my rough math, you can check out the Discord. I put it in the spoilers chat of the Age of Umbra spoilers in the Discord. I don't know if that sentence made any sense. But I believe, based on my very rough math and estimates and pixel measurements, that Desperlock is about 10 miles away from Okros. It could be as far as 100. I don't think it is longer than that, and I don't think it's much shorter than that. About 10 miles from everything that I saw seems about right. So that's about the scale of the world that we're working with. And for reference, that would put Amber Reach, the big, capital city of this former Halcyon domain, at about the scale of ancient Rome, or at least the area of Rome contained within the Aurelian walls, which I think kind of tracks, frankly, if Amber Reach is about the size of Rome. So that's why there's based on my measurements, there's a large, I put in a big margin of error. But if we assume that Okros is about 10 miles away, that puts Amber Reach at about the scale of ancient Rome, which that seemed to track to me. And the big thing about Desperlock specifically that we learned in session 1 is that this monastery right here, this little guy hanging out on top of the cliff, is the Luzal Monastery, I believe. Wait, let me pull up my note to make sure I get that right. I don't know about that. Matt is not good with distances. I assume this isn't entirely to scale, but that seems nice. That's fair. I am going off of what I can gather, with assumptions that I can make. I would never say that this map needs to be to scale or that it needs to be accurate, but I can construct a version of this map where it is relatively to scale and it makes some amount of sense. So I'm pretty happy with that. Luzal. Yeah. Okay. So the way that Matt sort of integrated their session 1 planning is not necessarily that Desperlock is contained within sort of these underground libraries as they kind of partially discussed in session 0. It is that Desperlock is outside of those, and they are essentially like a waypoint for people delving into the vaults and tunnels and catacombs underneath this ancient Luzal monastery. And Luzal is one of these like very few unplumbed ancient sites from before the Cataclysm, which appears to be called the Apostasy, but I'm not 1,000% sure on that. I'm like 90% sure that the Cataclysm is the Apostasy, but they might not be exactly equivalent. But it seems that there are these like pre-Cataclysm sites. Most of them have been somewhat plumbed, been explored. The Luzal Monastery is one of the few that hasn't. And this is very important, not just for like gather information from the past sort of situation, but also because there are ancient relics called sacred branches. And these sacred branches are required for lighting new sacred pyres, which are the only ways to survive the Umbra. So gaining access to a new sacred site is equivalent to being able to settle more of the world and like make the world more broadly survivable. So this is an incredibly valuable location. However, dun dun dun, they can't get there. The cliffs that the monastery is built on top of are unscalable. Apparently, many have tried. And so the only hope for getting to the monastery is to somehow find a way through the catacombs, and specifically through an area of the catacombs that they called the Firmament's Hollow. And that is what is kind of the inciting incident of all of this, is that this is an incredibly valuable location, and Desperlock is kind of set up around plumbing these depths and trying to find a way into the monastery. Next, Desperlock notables. And there's not a great place for me to put my camera. I'll put it over here for now. Number one, Truvo the Healer. He is a druid and or like herbalist, I suppose. It implies that Desperlock does not have any divine Aether Weavers for healing. That could be because they don't have a good view of that divine Aether Weaving. I don't remember exactly what they... Because there's Aether Weaving, which is like magic in general, and then there was the subset of Aether Weaving that is like the divine Aether Weaving. I have it right here. Also, magic is suspicious here. The Veiled Gods. Ooh. I just had it pulled up because I want to get it somewhat right. Tales of the Cataclysm, the Pyres, campaign setting, the great circles of old. Aha, here it is. The very essence of magic, display such gifts, seraphs and wizards. Oh, there is no name for the divine Aether Weaving. It's just Aether Weaving. Okay, but it's a subset of Aether Weaving. Divine splendor magic makes people get angry or like really hopeful. Yeah. And so we don't know which one Desperlock is. We don't know Desperlock's exact views on splendor. But the fact that their main healer is Truvo implies that they don't have any divine splendor Aether Weavers around. I think it's meant to be inside of the Firmament's Hollow, which Marisha established in Session 0. I mean, I think that Desperlock was originally meant to be within all of this, but it was kind of moved outside later, which I think is, totally fair. They either hate the gods or wish they come back and give salvation. Yeah. Next one is Garrick Lothroot, who seems to be sort of a town fatherly figure. He's explicitly Aaron Lothroot's father, and Aaron is the dwarven girl that Idle interacted with a lot. But he also seems to be kind of a fatherly figure to both Misty, Idle, not so much August, but August is living with him. So he is definitely the most connected NPC to all of our PCs here. I meant that the Firmament's Hollow is inside the Harrow. Inside the Harrow? I think there's just the Firmament's Harrow. Am I going crazy on that? Actually, the implication, I took some notes here. I remember when we first when it first got mentioned. Although, who knows? Yeah, I think it's just the Firmament's Harrow. I don't think hollow is actually a word that they used. I think it's just the Firmament's Harrow. I think someone said hollow. It was misspoken for harrow. I think it is all harrow. I'm not entirely sure. But Riskello immediately trusted Idol when he healed him, which would conflict with Truvo. My recollection of it is not that Riskello immediately trusted Idol. He seemed pretty sketched out by Harrow, or by Idol. He eventually was like, okay, that's fine. But my impression was not that he trusted him after that. Let's see. Riskello seemed kind of wigged to me. I agree. Oh, are we gonna run ads? I'm gonna say no ads, but I will probably, or I'm at least going to turn off automatic ads. And then we'll take a break after we finish talking about Desperate Lock, I think. So let me turn off those ads. There we go. Riskello seemed kind of freaked out to me. No, I'm kind of with you on that, Seth Eschel. I think he seemed a little bit freaked out. Yeah. August gave such strong teen foster kid vibes when interacting with Garrick. Absolutely. I full on agree with that. Yeah. So it's like Garrick is kind of a dad, father figure to him, but it seems like August is like a little too old to like really be fathered by Garrick. But I'm with you on that. Yeah. My headcanon conspiracy theory, the pyres can be created with any combustible thing, and the idea that only sacred branches can create them is hokum. Possibly. And I do think that's something I didn't write down in the presentation, but I do think that there is something to be said for the fact, and I think we might get more of it in episode 2, but I'll pull up my notes really quick. I don't have any exact things that I think are bunk or anything, but I will say, oh, did I not write it down? Oh, I might not have written it down. I know I talked about it in the spoilers chat, but it was mentioned that Velk has like explicitly different cosmological beliefs, like from the standard. Like his beliefs of what happened to the veiled gods are explicitly like countercultural. He doesn't think that the gods left. So there is immediately this aspect of some of the cosmological like things that we have been taught, some of the like things that we have been taught about how the world works might be incorrect. And I even think that vein, like that theme of the characters being given incorrect information is continued with them eventually getting the incorrect map, or the map that was, slightly off. Like, I don't think it was purposefully incorrect. Much like how I think that the cultural traditions and myths are probably not purposefully incorrect. But I think there is a bit of establishment that the things we are being told may or may not be correct, and that incorrectness may or may not be purposeful. We don't know. Now, I don't know about any specific thing being incorrect or not. I don't know if it's the sacred branches, if it's the Umbra, if it's, I don't know exactly what we will find out is incorrect. But I do think that we will find out that something that we have been told about the past is explicitly incorrect. Especially given that Misty is getting these visions from the past. Idol has Oracle Sight. We have two characters that are more capable than the typical person in the world of divining truth. Like divining objective asterisk. We seem to have... Our party that we are following seems more capable than the average of uncovering more objective truth. Truth that leans more towards the objective. Now, memories are famously fallible. You know, we don't know where this oracle site is coming from. All the asterisks on it, but our party seems more capable. So I think that there is going to be this aspect of the things that you have been told may not be accurate. But I don't know that I have any specific things that I'm super confident on yet, at least. I'm sure I will. Hooray for the communal dad. Do we want cooldown info? Matt did talk about Riskello's thoughts. I'm fine with cooldown info. I think John talked about some cooldown stuff. Like Marish having like a moth phobia. So yeah, I'm totally fine with cooldown info. Now I will say, I'm not going to take cooldown info as canon until I see it in an episode. So I think the cooldown info is interesting, much like getting the thoughts of an author after you've read their book or before you've read their book is interesting, and it can help you interpret the text. I am not taking it as absolute truth when it comes to the text. The text being Age of Umbra in this case. I thought Riskello was sketched out before getting healed. That could be just me, though. Maybe. I rewatched bits and pieces. But, I mean, certainly an interesting note that maybe that didn't come off entirely, directly. There will for sure be a whole what is told is not what happened. I think so. Misty could be a god that lost her power. Could be. I definitely think that we could find out that the Clanks are the forgotten gods. And especially, oh boy, wait a minute. Follow me through on this, right? The veiled gods. Wait a minute. Follow me on this. Wait a second. Let's think about both the... Wait, I need to pull up a different window. Okay, you've got my head spinning a little bit, right? Age of Umbra. I only need to look up the title image. Look at this bad boy. That sure looks like a veil to me. Both like the physical mask and the that looks like a habit sort of veil. Is that what the nun garment is called? A habit, I believe. I didn't forget this, did I? I think it's a habit. But that kind of looks like something that could be considered a veil. That's a statue. And we know that, again, these inanimate objects can carry memories with them. We have these objects that can carry memories. And I can definitely see something where possibly, because now we're talking about all of these, how maybe you've been lied to or what you've been told isn't correct. But that could be the original thought, but that could even be a subversion. I can see even that concept being a subversion, and what the actual truth is that both are correct. So Velk has this idea that the veiled gods never left. I could absolutely see this idea of, we were originally told that the Clanks were inhabited by spirits, and the spirits of the god, or the like servants of the gods. They were divine spirits, but they weren't the gods. But could that just be something that people are assuming because they think that the gods left? So it only logically follows that if the gods left, the spirits inhabiting the Clanks couldn't be the gods because some of the spirits are still around. So I could totally see that as this, as the veiled gods left insofar as they were, as their memories were removed from them. And in fact, it could even be that within this setting, within this cosmology, the memory of a god is split between their kind of soul spirit and the object that they inhabit. So maybe like their short-term memory, or maybe, maybe like the parts of them that hold like their personality, their likes, their interests, are contained within their spirit. That's sort of what you could call their consciousness, right? Because consciousness is not necessarily tied to memory, at least, within certain philosophical frameworks. Consciousness is not explicitly tied to memory. So it could be that the consciousness of the gods are these spirits, but they had their memories. In order to exist, they had to embed their memories within physical objects. And so when Misty inhabits the 9-winged or the 8-winged angel, she is confused. Her new memories are overriding old ones in ways that don't quite make sense. Those memories aren't hers. They don't quite match up. That's why she can't really gain access. They're the memories of a different god. And so it could even be that, in terms of what gods can do, godly powers, they might not be like an intuitive thing, or at least a fully intuitive thing. Much like, ritual magic or magic that requires certain words, certain rituals, etc. The gods, when their memories were removed, when they were removed from their bodies and set adrift, they forgot how to do a lot of their godly powers and duties and things. They forgot that they even were gods, so they stopped even trying to learn and figure it out. That could be possible. That, I feel, is super duper possible. And it would be a way that the gods could have left and could still be around. It could be a way for these things that seem contradictory to be technically simultaneously true. The gods are still around in a physical or metaphysical sense, where the consciousness of what is the god, the core essence of the god, is still around. But because they have forgotten, essentially the presence of the gods for any practical purpose or application is gone. The practical, reality of a god is gone. That's a theory. That is a goddamn theory and a half. I'll read chat now that I'm done thinking. Wait. That pyre also makes me curious about the torches, the blue torches, and whether carrying a torch that was lit from the pyre would have any special or different effect. I also thought about that, and we'll talk about that in a second when I talk about the dungeon and a potential mega dungeon and how that would work with lurking darkness. But I do think that is something that I almost have a feeling that we'll see in the next episode, but we'll see. What if beyond the map boundaries, the world is still like before, that this land was given over to just one god and they decided to punish that one area just for yucks? Also could be. I mean, one of the things that I think is really notable that we didn't see is that we didn't see the Umbra. So I think that once we see what the Umbra is, there will be some, I think we might get a little bit more of a sense of that. But also going towards this whole the gods and the fallen nature of this current world. I also thought it was interesting, and I wrote it down, that Matt explicitly said that the necrotic force that is animating them is compelling them to chisel away at Misty. Now, easily, 100%. Matt is a beautiful combat narrator. Matt is one of the most proficient combat narrators I've ever heard. I think that is easily flavor that he could have just interjected or injected within the scene to make the combat more compelling and more narratively interesting. But it does fit. It fits with what we're talking about. If the Umbra, this punishment that either caused the Veiled Gods to flee, recede, what have you, this seems to be a counterforce to the Veiled Gods. If Misty is basically two halves of two different Veiled Gods, one half of her is the memory of a god and one half of her is the consciousness of a totally separate god, then it would make a lot of sense that the necrotic force that is animating these zombies would want to destroy her body. That's half of a god. It would want to destroy as much of it as it can. And the more of these statues, the more of these clank vessels that are destroyed, the more it prevents the Veiled Gods from returning. So I will just say that. I think that's is interesting. It's interesting. Mega be thinking. I was putting a little bit of thinking. Mega, but it's not just the absence of the gods, right? It's also this malevolent invasion of dark forces. That has to come from somewhere beyond just the gods themselves forgetting. The gods forgetting themselves. Yeah, I agree. I think the current, this is the current way that I understand the cosmology in general. I don't have direct evidence for this, but my current feel or vibe of the situation and that occurred is that the malevolent force pushed out the dark gods and or was kind of always knocking at the door, because currently what we know of the cataclysm, of the apostasy, right? And I'll tell you, what we currently know. It's all the way up here from session 0. A century has passed since God King Othadius betrayed the pantheon referred to as the Veiled Gods, provoking divine punishment and abandonment by these gods, who then left the realm that was known as the Halcyon Domain, shattered, desolate, and eternally cursed. I think, and this is purely a vibes-based thought, I want to make that clear, but given that the cataclysm is called the apostasy, makes total sense with what we know about this Othadius cat. I think that the Umbra is Othadius. I think that the Umbra is Othadius, and that essentially within this like cosmic understanding. Actually, let me just write this out. Let me write this out. I think that all living things have consciousness. Some consciousnesses are more powerful than others. And I think that this might lend itself possibly to oracle sight. I think it might lend itself to natural spell casting, is this idea of a more powerful consciousness. However, memory is a aspect of the physical world and physical inanimate objects. For most sapient creatures, they have these big ol' brains that enable things like memory. However, they are not I think everything is probably conscious. Everything that is like living, or possibly even not living, this is sort of adjacent to panpsychism, I believe, if I'm remembering this correctly. Asserting the plurality of separate and distinct physical things, mind constitutes reality. Panpsychism distinguishes between. I think this is broadly a panpsychist. Cosmology, if you don't know what that means, don't worry. I'm going to explain it. I'm going to explain what I think is going on separately, and I don't think that it is exactly panpsychist. But if you are curious, panpsychism is very interesting. So memory is an aspect of the physical world and physical inanimate objects. You need physical stuff in order to do something like remember something. If you don't have physical stuff that is capable of remembering, then you just can't. So in this cosmology and worldview, something like a tree or a rock or a deer is conscious. It's just that they can't remember, or they can remember differently because their physical meat is not capable of maybe the like higher order or like more complex thinking compared to something like a fawn. And I do think that possibly clank vessels have to be like specifically constructed in order to hold a consciousness. I don't think that you can just throw down a random vessel, and I support that. I should also say clank vessels are specifically designed to allow them to facilitate higher, or to allow a consciousness to enact higher order reasoning, morality, etc. etc. All the things that a normal meat brain is capable of. And I will somewhat is enact not spelled that way? Inaction? Is enact not spelled that way? I don't know, who cares? I partially believe this due to the runes that Misty touched, giving her a flash of memory. Those runes are essentially a magical brain that the inanimate object can store memories and such in. That's what I think. So, what I think happened with the apostasy. So, I think the English is dumb, it's enact. That is really dumb. All right, I think the apostasy was God King Obadiah trying to elevate his consciousness to the same power level as the gods. However, something went wrong, or possibly he overdid it to the point that he could not be contained within a vessel. And some of you might see where I'm going with this. I think that the Umbra is God King Obadiah. So, God King Obadiah is the Umbra. We've never left the Halcyon domain. We are still being ruled over by King Obadiah. In fact, we're being ruled over him so much that it's his age. And he's not a fleshy, stupid human anymore. He took on a new godly name to encompass his brilliance. He is the Umbra. Potentially, his form is unstable. I'm saying he is the black smoke monster. That is exactly what I'm saying. You nailed it. Potentially, his form is unstable and requires feeding. Or potentially, he just sucks up other consciousnesses for the fun of it, growing his stormy form. That's my thought. So, I think that God King Obadiah not only is the Umbra, but I think that he is the one that essentially shunted all of the veiled gods out of their bodies, forcing them to lose their memory. I do not think that they just left and abandoned us. I think that Obadiah, during his ascension, forced them out of his bodies and made it to where it seemed like he left, or they left. So that is what I am thinking. Whether they're just pieces of the consciousness, they could also just be pieces. I don't know. So you're saying, I'm still convinced that we're in a far future Exandria. You won't convince me otherwise? I mean, if that is true, it's like saying that Elder Scrolls is in the far future of Fallout, which I also do believe, to be honest. But it's also not that helpful necessarily. It can't really tell us anything. And it's a bit unfalsifiable. But it's interesting. It is interesting. This begs the question, who lost the dog sound? Misty casted a spell to compel one of the creatures. Maybe the description is about both the spell and the creature wanting to kill her. I think it's very possible. I think it is. There are feline character types, Qatari, and other creature types, frogs, ruvets, turtles. There are no canine dogs. Maybe. Does he know he's changing subjects like science experiments or as an accident? I don't know. And in fact, actually, you know what? I'll say it because I'll commit to this. I don't think he can remember. I think the Umbra is essentially a mass of consciousness with no physical vessel to give it higher order reasoning or memory. I don't think it knows what it is doing. Like, imagine, because consciousness is this huge mystery, right? Like, imagine being conscious but just not being able to remember anything. I wouldn't be able to call that evil or malevolent. It is just an experience. It's an experience with no past or future. It is only the now. You can only react to the direct thing that you experience. And not only can you not remember the experience, you can't remember your own reaction. You can't change. You can't evolve. You can't really even have a direction or a purpose. You certainly can't have morality, because I would posit that morality requires an amount of foreknowledge of your actions and the effects that they will have. If you can't remember anything, you can't remember what anything around you is. You can't remember who your subjects are, who you are. You would be totally adrift. And I think that is exactly what's happening to the Umbra. It is described as a storm because I think it has basically no will of its own. It is just pure experience. What does that mean? I don't fucking know. But I think he is totally unaware. I think whatever we would have thought about as the personality of the person that committed the apostasy, that was eliminated with Obadiah's body. That is gone. That is shredded and is no more. Obadiah died, and the Umbra was birthed from his consciousness. Wouldn't Fallout be the far future of the Elder Scrolls? I plead neither, but one is fantasy and one is post-apocalyptic. Yeah. Daniel described it. There's a lot of theories, but they are relatively unfalsifiable. Yeah. Apparently, the Umbra is Ironmonger. I do not know who Ironmonger is, but I believe you. Anyways, so that's what I think is potentially going on with the cosmology. That is what I am going to posit after episode 1. Isn't his name Othadias? Was I calling him Obadiah? Whatever his name is, Othadias, probably. That sounds more right. God, oh yeah, it is Othadias. That's my bad. Obadiah feels very Iron Man to me. That's fair. Ironmonger, evil Iron Man. Okay. Interesting. Anyways, getting back to Desperlock. After Garrick, I know you might have forgotten what we were even talking about. After Garrick, we have Riskello. Riskello is someone, he's the leader of the divers. He was wounded in the vaults by the Gate Guardian. And he was healed, at least partially, by Idle, August, and Misty. Now, when I first saw Riskello come on screen, I was like, boy is evil. Boy is evil. He's going to betray them. You know, we are meant to trust him. I do not trust him. However, then, I will say, I actually think that Riskello was pretty upfront with his views and the things that will piss him off. I was sus. But once we got a little bit more of him, he was like, hey, whatever you fucking do, don't you dare touch my fucking monastery. That shit is mine, not yours. And I was like, okay. He might not be evil. I'm already seeing like the ways in which you might come into conflict with the party. I don't think you need to be evil on top of that. So I adjusted my opinion over the course of the episode. I don't think Riskello is evil, but I do think that he is maybe prideful, maybe a little bit overly ambitious. Like, I think he has some very normal human flaws, but those flaws might bring him into conflict with the party. You were sus because he's hot? Yeah. The hot ones are always the ones that get you. Come on. Next is Idrova Khan. She is the Triarch of Desperlock, or I should say one of the Triarchs of Desperlock. I believe, given the title Triarch and given the fact that we heard the government of Desperlock described as a triumvirate, I am assuming that there are 3 leaders, 3 Triarchs of Desperlock. When Riskello was getting healed, we heard him mention a character, specifically. Oh, I didn't write it down there. I didn't write it as an honorable mention. It's on one of the later slides, but we heard him mention another person that kind of sounds like they have a Triarch type position. And then it could be, the third one could just not have been introduced, or it could be someone else that we've already met, but they just didn't specify their place. The honorable mentions, Beryl Spearborn. He's described as Master Spearborn. He seems to be like a Forge Master type of deal. Erin Lothroot, that is Garrick's daughter, who seems to be pretty good friends with Idle. Ghost Took Branwythe. He is the, I believe, the leader of the Vigil. He's like the leader of the city guard. And him and Idol have a rapport. Romand is one of the Ember Keepers. Her and Marisha's character. I'm forgetting it. Her and Brixton. Her and Brixton have somewhat of a rapport. Ember Warden Sheena and Talia Ventwood, who is one of the scholars that we talked to after they exited the mines. Or not the mines, the libraries, the tombs. So I'm going to do a general broad synopsis right after this. But I'm going to read some chats, and then we're going to take a quick break. This room is very hot. I need to go turn down the AC. And I also need to go to the bathroom. What if Idrova had 3 personalities and the Triarch was just all of them? Now that's a conspiracy that I can get down with. That'd be fucking crazy. Oh, man. I thought Talia was the third name mentioned. Talia was part of the group. She's part of the Praxis Collective, which is one of the, I think, 3, 4-ish factions in Desperlock. She is the Praxis Collective are like the scholars. They go in and you know, muss up all the books. And Talia was one of the Praxis Collective. I think she was described as relatively young, but we didn't get a ton of details on her. I could see her coming back, which is why I put her in the honorable mentions. But we'll have to see. I feel relatively confident that Etwashi was the one that Riskello was like, oh, like, I'll tell Etwashi to let you go in and like form up a party. So it seems like she has some sort of decision-making authority. They ultimately get approval from Idrova, but I think that it was implied that Etwashi was the second Triarch, and I didn't feel a strong implication that anyone else was the Triarch. Could be Ghost Hook, could be the Ember, whatever her name was, the Ember Warden, Sheena. I guess could be Talia as like maybe she's the head of the Praxis Collective. I don't know. But I didn't feel super confident about who the third Treyarch was. But with that, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to get some water. I'm going to go to the bathroom. You guys do the same. And then we will be back to talk about the rest of the episode. I'll do a very quick rundown of the episode, talk about some notable lore that really stuck out to me, and then talk about like GMing analysis, what I thought of Daggerheart as a system, how they were seeming to run it, the things that stuck out to me, the you know, good, the bad, and the ugly. That's what we'll talk about next. So I'll see you all in a little bit. Catch you in a second. What's up? Hello. What's up? What's up? Sorry if you notice me lisping a little bit. I had my Invisalign off for the first half of the stream, and I cannot have it off for that long, or for much longer. And I need to eat dinner tonight. So I put it back on, but I didn't want it lisping at the start of the stream. Ponytail? Oh, dude, it's so hot in here. It is so hot. All right. When it comes to the system, I'm struggling to understand hope and fear. Save it. We will definitely talk about that, or at least something, generally around that. Maggie eating dinner? I know. It's insane. I hate it. All right. Jumping straight back into it. General synopsis. This is very broad. If you want a more detailed synopsis, go and look at the synopsis on the wiki. It's not very long, and it will get you everything you really need to know. But the even more general synopsis is they introduced the characters. There was the inciting incident where the Delvers and Scholars, the Praxis Collective, found the gate to the Firmament's Harrow. They gathered the party. The party roleplayed the process of forming, and then they entered the gate. The party followed a map, battled some adversaries, and ultimately entered the gate that was found by the Delvers in number 2. Entered the gate that was found by them, so they are now in uncharted territory, and they are attempting to rescue one of the people that the Delvers left behind. So, notable lore that really stood out to me from this entire sequence. Obviously, we've talked about a little bit of it. And Riskel will be very mad at them. Riskel might be very mad at them, yes. Oh, wait. Look at that. It was all planned. All right. Notable lore, Misty receives occasional visions related to her past and or her body's past. We've talked about a little bit of why this stood out to me. The sacred pyres, once lit, require far less than the normal amount of raw fuel a fire of their size would require. 2 things about that. It does confirm to me that something magical is done to the pyres. Do the pyres need a sacred branch, or do they need something else? I don't know. But something is going on for them. This was, I'm not gonna lie to you, this was slightly disappointing to me. This was slightly disappointing because I loved the idea of a society that has magic, because magic would heighten productivity so extremely that I think most magical societies within fiction, etc., should have some either very destructive force to basically bring it up to where the increased productivity from the magic equals the increased destructive force, or it should have some sort of unique requirement that requires a lot of effort. And I thought that would be wood for the sacred pyres. I loved the idea of a society that needs to go out and forage wood, which would inherently, at least a lot of the logging activities would need to take place beyond the safety of the pyre inherently. And those need to be happening all the time in order for the pyre to sustain itself. But that all said, I get why they opted for this. It's a lot less to manage. It has a lot less broad implications that the setting has to deal with. So I get why they went this way. Little disappointing to me, personally. Have me once to open Photoshops just so I can give you some key art stuff. Well, to be clear, I did not even know I was going to do this until this morning. So this is relatively quickly thrown together. And I also don't know if I will do a presentation for the next one. Maybe I will. We'll see. I do like the presentation. That might be fun for a full Umbra campaign. Might be too much for a one-shot. Yeah, I feel that. I can see that. Oh yeah, Desperlock. We kind of already talked about this, but it's led by a triumvirate. We know Idrova was referred to as a triarch. I think Itwashi is probably also a triarch. It could be the other triarch could be Ghost Hook or Sheena. I don't know. Riskello seems very zealous about being the one to reach the monastery. Someone pointed out in spoilers chat that it seems possibly like a magically induced zealotry. I don't know. It seemed like an amount of zealotry that was conceivable to me for a regular person, but it was towards the high end of what is conceivable to me. So I could see that going either way. And then there appear to be two main factions with the Delvers and the Praxis Collective, which are the scholars. There are also the Vigil, but they seem pretty, they don't really seem to have motivation outside of just protecting the city. They don't seem to, be throwing their weight around politically. You know what I'm saying? So Delvers and Praxis Collective seem to be the ones with, an agenda that needs to be enacted. The Vigil are enacting their agenda just as long as, as long as the city remains standing, or the village remains standing. And also the Delvers and the Praxis Collective seem relatively cooperative. It seems like there is a lot of cooperation in this setting, just inherently, which is, I think, interesting and notable. I like the presentation style for Umbra. I'm thinking for the future. Fair enough. Maybe we will. Maybe. I'm going to see how much I would want to do a presentation for the next stream or for the next episode, because a lot of this I wanted to do the presentation because it was a lot of introductory stuff. But we'll see. I don't know. Or he has an idea of what might be in there and wants it. My the way that the monastery came off to me, it seems like literally everyone would want what's in that monastery. I think everyone has, maybe he has a more fantastical idea, or maybe he has an idea of something other than what the general citizenry has an idea of. He could have, insider knowledge. But I can't imagine what the insider knowledge would be that would give him even more of a reason beyond the things that everyone already thinks is there. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but I could see it. It is very early comparatively. There we go. I just ran a game with miners who were compelled to mine up a thing after being near it long enough, so I was probably biased. Interesting. It certainly felt unusually compelled to me. Yeah, and I didn't quite feel that, but I can very much understand that perspective. I think I could really see it going either way. That felt like the ethos of the world itself is more. The ethos of the world itself is more of the enemy, such that society can cooperate. Oh, the world itself is more of the enemy. I see what you're saying. Yes, I agree. I totally agree. That is definitely what the ethos feels like to me right now. Yeah. Too early to tell. I'm sure it wouldn't be that trivial if they get to delve into the politicsy side of the setting. We'll see. And that does get me into the politicsy side of the setting. Starts getting me into some, what I would say are notable absences, maybe some things I noticed from the GMing side of things. Notable absence, we didn't see the Umbra, the namesake of the series. We did not even get a hint of the Umbra, just the dangerous outside. Laura and Liam still aren't at the table, although it does seem likely that the Vigil member that was left behind is one of the two. We're assuming it's Liam, given that it's a male Qatari, but, easily Laura could play a male Qatari, who knows? I don't know if they've ever done any like gender bending on Critical Role before, but I've done gender bending at my tables, so it wouldn't be the most like out of place thing to me. So I think it's very, very likely that the Qatari Vigil member is either Laura or Liam. And then the last one, and this was maybe the most notable hole in terms of like, in terms of something that lowered my immersion a tiny bit, is it didn't feel, to me at least, like there was super solid rationale for why it has taken so long to find this gate to the Firmament's Hollow. The vaults just didn't feel that labyrinthine. You know what I'm saying? And I think an amount of it, like if I am giving what I think is the most likely explanation, it is that they wanted Laura and Liam's characters to be introduced later. They wanted one of the characters to probably be introduced in episode 2, maybe both of them Ep 2, maybe one Ep 2, Ep 3. One Ep 2, one Ep 3. And with the established lore of what's going on, Liam's, or maybe not Liam's character, but the Qatari, needed to be either around the gate or past the gate, which means that they needed to get to the gate by the end of episode 1 if they were going to introduce the next character in a reasonable fashion. That seems the most likely explanation to me as why this felt a little bit awkward to me. I was really like when I heard that their map was a little bit wrong, when they started going in, I was super excited to see to see a like honest to God exploration sequence and like an exploration challenge within Daggerheart. But it felt like they mostly skipped through it. But not even in a way like, I wouldn't even say necessarily in a way that made the travel feel complex. I like that they skipped through a lot of the travel. I do think there was a good amount of travel implied, but that travel seemed pretty straightforward. And I didn't even really get the sense that it was that complex of travel. Like, I know that they had a map, but I did not receive the implication from the gameplay that this was a particularly hard place to find. And I think I think it's mostly due to wanting to fit it into an episode and them taking a lot of time with introducing the characters in the first half, which I think is probably a fair trade-off overall. Like, I can just kind of suspend my disbelief a little bit on this, because it's like the main lore thing that didn't make sense. So I can kind of just wave it off and say, meh, I'll assume it was very hard to find. It's not that big of a deal to me. But it did stand out to me as like one of the main things. I do wonder how long the Delvers have been exploring. Also, perhaps the blue torches were left by the Delvers. I think the part to me was that, like, there was this implication that it had taken them so long to find it. And I guess we don't know how long the Delvers have been searching. That's true. But if it's like the thing that everyone is looking for, at least primarily, it didn't feel like it quite meshed that it took them so long. It feels like it took them so long. Maybe it didn't. Maybe they've only been exploring for a little bit and it didn't actually take them that long. That's also possible. Oh, whoops. I'm going to put that there. There we go. reasoning felt more Doyleist than Watsonian to me. Yeah. Like, I can very clearly understand a reason that they may not have wanted to take as long with the exploration sequence, just like from a production standpoint. Like, I totally get that, but it didn't, the narration just didn't quite gel to me. I think it was mentioned that they've been excavating and have excavation teams. The room had to be excavated. That's probably why they didn't find it sooner. Yeah, I guess. I guess if there is excavation, like basically they're actively building tunnels, but that is, yeah. Yeah, and again, you know, I can very easily come up with an in-fiction explanation for, like, a way for this to make sense, a way for me to suspend my disbelief. I guess more of what I'm saying is, to me, the feel of them traveling to the room did not feel like they were traveling to a place, or I didn't get the feel of historical effort. So even in terms of excavation, because I do vaguely remember them talking about, like, them going through, like, a small carved tunnel that was, you know, implied to be the expeditions, like, tunneling and excavation. I do recall that. But I don't recall it, or I guess in the moment at least, and in my memory, it didn't live, or it didn't come off as that substantial of a barrier. But that is a, you know, it's a purely, like, how it came off to me type of argument. I don't think there's anything, and I don't think there's much to do about it. Like, I understand why they didn't spend more time on that, and I think in order for me to feel it more, they would have just had to spend more time. Like, either describing, you know, the more substantial obstacles in the way. Like, this feels like something that they should have found in year one. You know what I'm saying? So unless they're still in, like, the first year of delving into this place, which I don't think they are. Desperate seems to have a little bit more history than that. Like, even with what we got, it feels to me more like a year one discovery. But I can also very much see it coming off differently to others. Yeah. Blue torches were left by delvers to mark the path. Okay, that's kind of what I assumed, but I didn't remember Matt saying that directly. So that's good to know. Or not good to know. But that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. It implies a lot of false starts, that we have to skip the false starts because of the torches, but Matt didn't do the best at connecting the dots. And I think that's, like, I think false starts really make a lot of sense, but I didn't get enough sense of distance to help me understand the sheer amount of false starts and, like, wrong ways that there were. It didn't feel like there was a lot of, like, you know, branching alternative paths to me. I know that there were. I just didn't get the feel of it. You know what I'm saying? So it's the emotional sense of effort. That's a good way to put it. I didn't get the emotional sense of effort from the party, but that would make a lot of sense, that the party didn't have to put in that effort. It makes a lot of sense that they would breeze through it, but I didn't get a sense of historical effort from it. Like, if Matt had, you know, taken a little bit of time to describe or give some sort of, you know, feel to this tunnel, maybe I would have been like, damn, that's a long-ass tunnel. But it also kind of would have, to me, been like, well, why did they choose to dig there as opposed to somewhere else. We didn't get any indication that this marking on the wall was anything particularly interesting. And maybe they've been digging at a lot of other places and a lot of other sites, but we didn't really get any evidence of that either. We didn't pass a bunch of sites where they had dug into the rock for a way and then given up. So that's more of what I'm saying. I didn't get that sense. I didn't get the feel of those false starts and of that effort. Again, felt to me kind of like a year one type discovery. But mainly because of Idol's friend being a Delver scout and the best at such a young age. Maybe. Scouting is always weird. When I hear young person is the best scout, it's well, they are a child. They're good, they're fast, they're quick, they can fit into small places. So that didn't necessarily totally throw me off. It probably took some time to explore all the wrong tunnels. I totally agree, which is why I'm not saying that I don't think the world makes sense. I'm saying that the sense in which it makes, I did not feel. I can definitely logically understand what probably happened. You're assuming a level of speed that has not really been established in regards to the excavating? I didn't get a sense of slowness or speed. I'm not assuming either one. I am saying it was not, I did not feel a sense of alacrity or sloth. If I had felt an amount of sloth of them saying these dungeon dives are incredibly dangerous, we barely make any progress every single time, we're exploring a new inch every day, we're barely getting anywhere, that would communicate an amount of sloth to me. But I didn't feel it in either direction. I think that's kind of what I'm saying. It was missing for me. Yeah. If you've ever watched that guy that bought an old ghost mining town, you feel the effort and time of those expedition when you see the footage. Yeah, I wanted to feel the effort and time. I just, because I can totally logically get there. And frankly, when I heard, when I started to hear all of the things about these labyrinthine catacombs, and we've been exploring them and pulling shit out, and we finally maybe found the way upward, I was like, oh my gosh, this thing is a maze. This thing, I imagined a big, wide place, spider webbing out, and we know I felt a sense of scale when it was described, but when they were actually going through it, that scale got flattened a lot for me. I did not feel a sense of scale at all. And to an extent, abstracting travel is going to flatten the scale almost inherently. And so that's why I say I think they would have needed to spend more time on it in order to communicate a sense of scale. And I understand why they didn't want to spend more real life time on it in order to convey that scale. Match the assumption. Yeah, it didn't match my assumptions going in, yeah. Without any point, you're assuming that things go fast. No. I don't know quite how to describe it otherwise, but I'm not assuming that things go fast or slow. I do think I was assuming bigness. I was assuming bigness. I was assuming, like I said, scale. And that was not, I did not feel that when we were actually traveling through it. But I feel like a sense of scale was communicated beforehand, and then it just wasn't delivered upon. But I could see people having differing opinions on that. You frequently said one-shots were a weakness of yours, so it's possible that expectation is almost a symptom cause of that. I don't know that it's a one-to-one correlation, but I do think I am incredibly attracted to things of scale. I am incredibly attracted to this sense of the large unknown. That's why I'm so into exploration. I'm so into chiseling away at the large mass that is the unknown, whether that's within knowledge or landscape or what have you. I'm very into that process, and that is hard within a one-shot. So I think definitely related concepts. Related concepts. And that's why I think it's very possible that this could be just a necessary evil at least in my opinion, a necessary evil of how you have to accomplish a one-shot is that you have to necessarily flatten things of scale in order to accomplish things within a reasonable time period. I could see that. There's a part of me that wants to disagree because I think I want to believe that it's possible. I want to believe that you can communicate that. But the rational part of me also understands that that might just not be true. So I will file it under to think about later. Blue candles make that pretty unlikely, possibly. Anyways, yeah. So those are what I thought were the notable absences to me. Now, GMing techniques / Daggerheart sort of takeaways. Flexible prep. I will claim that this quest could have been anywhere. And I do think that Matt did a really good job at what I would call the magic trick. The magic trick of implying depth, of implying connectedness. But when we think about what this is, really, this is a town with some underground ruins that lead somewhere. That could have been anywhere. The fact that they connect to the monastery is relevant, but it is not necessary to anything else we have seen so far. Like, these catacombs could connect to an ancient fortress. They could connect to a palace. They could connect to a secret society's, fucking hidden base. They could go practically anywhere. And I think that Matt did a good job at the magic trick of giving them this feel of height discrepancy. And I do think that was communicated several times. It was communicated before they went in and after they went in. Even the final battle arena had this big open area that they did not fight in. But that big open area is implied to be where they came into the room from, and then they ascended to kind of that upper plateau, and that's where they fought the Gate Guardian. Even that gives this feeling of they were low, and now they are going up. Now, I would bet that map was probably not built or designed ahead of time. And so I think that Matt did a good job of probably building out this general thing of, okay, there's going to be a ruin. It will have this gate. It will go somewhere that people want to go, that people have not been able to go to for some reason. In the monastery's case, it's because it's up on a big cliff. But we can see some other potential places within this map even. If we had been over, say we had been over here, there's a big old face up there. Maybe that's where we need to go. If we're in the Sulk Chasm, maybe there is something, or we're near the Salt Chasm. Maybe there is just something deep, deep underground that has only been rumored at, or the Shulk, sorry, not the Sulk, that has only been rumored at. And people, like have all these rumors and theories about what is or is not down there. In the Amber Reach, if we start in the Celsian Athenaeum, maybe reaching the palace, reaching the ancient seat of the God King is rumored to contain his crown, his circlet, that will set everything right again. There are all sorts of ways that you could place a dungeon, an underground dungeon, that goes somewhere, especially given that the surface world is so scary and terrifying. I even see another one down here above the Ashen Sea, this one. Having this be the dungeon and, essentially getting up into this, maybe this is an ancient observatory. And it's rumored that, the veiled god, an ancient veiled god is still there. He didn't get the memo. He lives as a hermit, an isolationist. You have to cross this, but the waters are too deadly. You can either go above ground or you can go under the water, and basically you will summit up from beneath. There's all sorts of ways that you could take that general concept and slot it in anywhere. Where's Desperlock? Desperlock is bottom right. It's right by the jungles of Aviadora. So it's in this bottom right hand. I'll go to the previous one. This is where it is. So you see these mountains right here that starts with the G. It's these mountains over here. That's Desperlock. And so I think there is. How did you know that? They talked about it. I don't know if it was session 0 or session 1, but they established where Desperlock is. They said it is the closest pyre to the jungles of Aviadora. And I will also, cards on the table. That is also where the Age of Umbra wiki places it. So I already thought that, but I confirmed it on the wiki. So all of that said, I think that the dungeon and the quest could go anywhere. Now, talking about Desperlock, I was, kind of nervous during session 0 or after session 0. I was like, man, how is this collaborative nature going to come in? How is Matt going to make it feel as though everything is connected? This quest that he's running is connected. And I think he did it well. But I also think if you think about it too hard, and I don't think you should, to be totally clear. I think you don't need to think about it this deeply, and it's not super helpful. But I do think that if you look at Desperlock, it's not very melded into the environment. Beyond its connection to the monastery, there is not a lot of melding or feel to it being in the bottom right hand corner, it being close to the jungles of Aviadora, it being below Amber Reach, it being cut off from ostensibly the 2 of the most successful settlements of Okros and the Celsian Athenaeum. There's not that real sense of isolation, I guess. Maybe outside of Snyx's traveling. And that is one of the things I was worried about when we were talking about this collaborative world building, them choosing where Desperlock was, all of that sort of stuff. It doesn't feel to me, it feels like Desperlock could be anywhere in this world. When we actually look at what Desperlock is in terms of an environmental structure. Now, we have been told, and we know, that Desperlock is there because of the monastery. So how is that represented? It's not represented with Desperlock being in the library, being in the catacombs, like they talked about in Session 0. It is represented through the characters, through the factions. There are the Delvers, there are the Praxis Collective. And I wrote that down as one of my takeaways. There was a focus on characters and faction and organization over environment in Desperlock. Matt made Desperlock fit into the setting. He made it fit into the environment by the people that he put there and what the people's motivations were. And that was actually a really big, I don't want to say aha moment for me, but it definitely like shone a light on what I think this collaborative world building is good at. I think this collaborative world building that Daggerheart really emphasizes and touts is really good for accomplishing things and getting players invested in aspects of the world that the DM is not super interested in. And it made me think of this quote from Brennan Lee Mulligan, where he talks about why D&D 5e is one of his favorite systems, and it is because it has so many combat mechanics and, comparatively, very few social mechanics. He said, you know, I love the social aspect. I love the role-playing. I don't want that to be handled for me. I don't want to be restricted and restrained by mechanics. Mechanics are there to facilitate things that you don't want to think about very hard. And for me, I don't want to think that hard about combat. So I like 5e because it handles combat for me in a lot of ways. I got the same feeling from the collaborative world building. If you, as a GM, don't really care that much about the environment, or not to say you don't care, but it doesn't get you out of bed. It doesn't get you excited. It's a necessary part of DMing, but it's not the thing that, like, you're gonna go on a 3-hour creative spree for, right? And I think it's interesting that, at least from what we saw, very few characters were created by the players. There were some implications of characters, but like during Session 0, Matt did not ask them, you know, tell me about an ally and an enemy from your past. He told them, create a location on the map. They did not, you know, maybe they created some characters off screen that we didn't see. Who knows? I think that's very possible with the person in Okros that Brixton seems to have a relationship with. I think that's possible. But when we were actually in like the Daggerheart collaborative world building segment, Matt did not ask them about characters. He asked them about environments. And I think it's fair to say that Matt cares a lot about his characters. I think it's fair to assume that that is one of the things that gets him out of bed for DMing, for GMing, for TTRPGs. And so it struck me as potentially a way to get your players invested in an aspect of TTRPGs and GMing that you don't want to give as much creative effort to, or you don't feel as much creative spark for. Because I remember during the Sablewood Messengers, there was a lot more, when we talk about collaborative world building, there was a lot, it was, you know, kind of across the board. It was environment, it was characters, it was kind of everything. And so Matt's focusing more in the collaborative nature in regards to the map and locations, sort of, you know, fuse that together a little bit for me. It's like, oh, this is not necessarily something to highlight a strength. It's maybe something to patch up, I don't want to even call it a weakness, but patch up maybe an aspect of the game that you don't care about as much. or you're just not as interested in. So I thought that was the impression that the collaborative world building gave to me this session, because there was a lot going on in Desperlock. There were so many characters that we learned about. We learned a lot of proper noun names. There are 3, maybe 4 factions. There's a unique governmental type. You know, he could have easily just had the government of Desperlock be tribal with the chief or with a singular leader. They are a group of 300 people. 300 that have a triumvirate. Maybe I'm a little bit wild, but that seems a little complex for a group that size. I don't know a lot about, anthropological social dynamics within small groups. So I could be off on that. Experts comment in the comments. But that seems like maybe an overly complex governmental system to rule over 300 people. Now, I know that they also have, travelers and visitors as well. But so yeah, like I said, it struck me that Matt didn't have them create a faction. He didn't have them create characters or NPCs. He had them create environments. And I think my impression of Matt Mercer, at least, is that he is more like creatively interested and jazzed about characters and factions and organizations compared to environments. So that was interesting. We shouldn't think about it too much, so let's watch Mega overtime it. Well, I think you shouldn't think about its lack of melding into the environment, because there are so many good things to think about with it. And I think that Matt did do a good job of melding the experience of the characters into the environment. I just don't think he did that much work to meld the environment into the environment, if that makes sense. And one of my kind of takeaways was that, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think that is something that is probably going to allow Matt to focus more on the really good stuff and highlight the really, really good stuff. Have more highs and have this collaborative world building patch up the lows a little bit. I feel like it will be more important once they get to travel to other pyres. If they travel to other pyres, Ashley. I don't know. I'm not totally... Oh, wait. I want... Oh, no. I'm out of space. Here, I'm going to move this. Oh, no. Move this over there, because that's okay. There we go. Yeah, but if they travel to other pyres, I'm not totally convinced that they will. Maybe they will. But I think especially depending on their choices, I think there's a good chance they're at Desperlock. Period. And even then, again, maybe we would get some... I do think that getting to compare it to other people or to other pyres, other settlements, it would give us more of a feel of how Desperlock is different. That's definitely fair. But right now, I'm not feeling it substantially, at least. I think it's a strength and a weakness in a way. The players just picking a place implies they don't really care. And as a GM, you can either make it make sense or take the hint that the players aren't interested in that specific of world building. I don't even think it's like Matt told them what to world build. Now, they might have discussed it ahead of time and we just didn't see that on camera. That's possible. But to me, it feels more like something that Matt didn't necessarily care about. And so he told the players to pick a place. And the players picking a place will make them care more about that place. Again, I see it as like a shoring up of a weakness to patch up something that you may not put as much creative effort into. So I do see it as a type of strength or as a strategy to shore up weakness. I told them the starting town needed to be a trade town. They put it on the ocean on the opposite side of the continent than the capital city. That alone told me an incredible amount about the party. Yeah. And I think that, and to be clear, when I talk about like it shoring up weakness, I'm saying that because I think that the players being involved is going to, like you said, tell you as a GM a ton about them, and it is naturally going to make them more interested. And so I think that making them interested in the environment, I don't want to say that it's going to imply that the environment isn't interesting, but I think the collaborative world building to me came off as a tool that makes it more difficult to really craft something. Like anything that is collaboratively world built, it's much like a movie made by a committee, right? It is going to be harder for a single auteur, so to speak, to enact their vision, right? The explicit act of making it collaborative means that Matt cannot enact as much of an authorial vision for what Desperlock is or isn't, compared to if he had not left it up to collaborative world building, to committee. But the people on the committee are going to be so much more invested in the same way that a DM, I think, is inherently more invested in a world than the players are. It's talked about all the time. I'm a DM. How do I get my players interested in the world? Well, why are you interested in the world? Part of the reason is because you created it. So giving that creation over, I think, really enhances the investment. It tells you a lot about them, their priorities, their biases, what they care about, what they don't. And in the same way that it tells you about your characters, right? It tells you what they care about. What you are willing to give up as a GM tells, if you think about it, I think, tells the characters tells the players and us as the audience what you don't care about, right? Like it's kind of that inversion of giving up part of that creation or all of that creation. You wouldn't do that over something you were super invested in. Or maybe you would, I don't know. But I don't think you would do it to as much of a degree. Because that creation is inherently investing. You know. The triumvirate by itself makes me think competing strongmen in the political sense, not literally men, that all want to be in charge and have total power, but come to an uneasy alliance, like the OG triumvirate. Maybe. Very, very possible. But I find it hard to believe that there's a stable or even quasi-stable balance between those people, you know, jostling for power in such a small community. Like, part of the reason that you can have a even remotely stable balance between powers without at least one of them collapsing is when they are all of sufficient size. But when the community is only 300 people, you know, you have 100 people on each side. At that scale, every person that switches sides is such a radical shift in power compared to the OG triumvirate that had, you know, thousands and thousands and thousands of people that each supported a member of the triumvirate. And so a singular person switching allegiances or sides was a relatively smaller, a proportionally smaller shift in power. So maybe the triumvirate is very, very recent and it will collapse over the course of this episode. We'll have to see. The OG triumvirate? The triumvirate was I believe it was ancient Rome. Was one of the governmental types of the Roman. I believe it was the Republic that was a triumvirate. You mean like ancient Rome? Yeah. I would, you know, I don't know if they were the first ones to do it, but yeah. It'll be. That was before the Empire, though, right? Maybe. I don't know, honestly. But regardless of what it was, I'm just talking about like that. any sort of like unstable balance like that, I think can only be maintained, even for any length of time, at a certain amount of scale. And we do see them eventually fall apart, because naturally one of the sides will get so small that the other two eat them, and then it's just two, like we have with the two-party system in America. And then, possibly that balance can kind of maintain, or you have one person take over, but then you naturally kind of get like an upstart or, a minority that kind of sticks around all the time. But the three-pronged kind of triumvirate is more unstable in a political sense than two or one. It wasn't a formal political system. Yeah. Anyways. All that said. It'll be interesting to see how this story fits in an 8-episode length for a beginning, middle, and end narrative story. I'd assign eps 1, 2, 3 beginning, 4, 5, 6 middle, 7, 8 end. I agree. That's why I think that we will get either Laura or Liam next episode, and we will get the other one episode 3. Those are going to be like all of our intros. I think we're going to get like an episode, either an episode 3 or an episode 4 subversion, or like mid-plot sort of like mini climax that is going to fundamentally shift our view of what the players have been doing, the world around them, etc., etc. And then, 5, 6 is approaching towards this new reality that was established in episode 4, and 7 and 8 will be like concluding that reality. That's about what I would assume. It's a TTRPG, it's improv based. There could be any amount of shift off of that. That could be very off by an episode or 2 or 3. But it, I do think that's the general structure it will follow. I guess I'm pushing back on the idea that it's a tool specifically for GMs who don't really care about world building, because I'm very interested and found collaborative world building very useful. I'm not saying it's for GMs that aren't interested in world building. I'm saying it's a tool for GMs to shore up a piece of their world building. I don't think that, like, as a GM, you're either interested in world building or you're not. I think there's a gradient of things that you're interested in. Like, I'm more interested in environment than character. I find character much harder to develop creatively, to maintain consistency in. I find environments much more appealing and easy for me in, like, the broad sense. So it would be much more difficult, frankly, for me to give over creative control of that sort of thing than it would be for me to give over creative control of characters. Like, I would let them walk into a settlement that I have painstakingly crafted and be like, who leads this settlement? What are they like? That would be absolutely cool with me. I can't see Matt doing that. Is sort of the underlying thesis that I'm operating under. Whereas I can see Matt painstakingly crafting factions, governmental structures, families, all of these relationships, and then saying, well, I don't care where they live. I don't care what the house that they're in looks like. Or at least I don't care as much. And so my more of what I'm saying is I think that collaborative world building really heightens those areas that maybe you don't care as much about, like, painstakingly crafting. Because, like, even, like, talking about, like, the city that they start in being on the coast, that is something that is, like, to me, is, like, inherently tied in with whatever plot I would make for them and whatever kinds of characters they are. It might be more difficult for me to leave that sort of thing up to collaboration, but the factions, the families within that settlement, much more loosey-goosey to me. I don't care as much. But how much story can they cram into depends on how fast or slow they go. Oh, absolutely. which will be very, very interesting to see, because I haven't seen Matt actually run what I would think of as a mini series. There was the Vasselheim episodes, but those are the Vasselheim episodes from Campaign 1 are kind of off in their own little bubble. But I don't think so I don't think that gives me a good sense of how he will GM this, and I am interested. My main takeaway was that it's a way to learn about the PCs in an aspect nothing else can. I get that. I mean, I don't think that. Again, I think maybe we're talking past slightly in terms of like what world building is, because like I will often ask my players, like, tell me about your father, tell me about your mother, tell me about your siblings, tell me about a rival, a best friend. Who is the person that you would go to first in town? Like when my players got to Saltmarsh, I was like, who would you go to first and what are they like? I consider that just as much world building as what city they physically start in. And so most of what I'm saying is like, I don't think that Matt is doing collaborative world building for every part of the game. He is not doing collaborative world building for characters or factions, from what we can see at least. But he is doing collaborative world building for physical locations. And so I'm saying what I am observing is that Matt is only putting a segment of the world building in that collaborative space, and the rest of the world building he is leaving contained in the non-collaborative sense. I do my world building after the collaboration part, so I still get to go wild and bad things in their choices. Maybe. I guess the question would be like, were you asking them about like all aspects of world building? I don't want to doubt it necessarily, but I feel like there are probably some aspects of world building that you didn't ask them about. And I think that where a GM draws that subset sort of line is probably relatively telling about the things that they find compelling about world building. Is most of what I'm saying. At least I will say, at least if you want to start in a relative, like if you want to do a long campaign relatively soon after the world building, I think you could absolutely do full on collaborative world building and then as a GM take that starting point and build out everything else sort of the Quiet Year style, right? The Quiet Year is fully collaborative right at the start. I've done a mini series, or not, well, it turned into a mini series. I wanted it to be a one shot where we did the Quiet Year first to build the map, and then I crafted an entire quest after that that took place within the map that we had all crafted together. That was fully collaborative beforehand, but there was also a big gap between those things. And I was trying to run a relatively constrained thing. So I would say, I guess more of my thesis is if you want there to be a lot of sessions and you want the gap between the world building you want the gap between that collaboration and the actual running of the session, like the first session, to be not excruciatingly long. Because or you have a lot of free time as a GM. Because or maybe I'm just fucking slow. Because it takes me quite a bit of time to establish world building ahead of time. And I'm even thinking about, like, Sablewood Messengers had you improving and world building during the session. I don't think, and I think that like what Matt, is looking at for that improv type stuff is more world or more locations, less characters. Anyways. First time in the comments because I usually can't catch the stream live. What's up, Alshi? Welcome. Very nice to have you. Yeah. Matt had the players create characters, Percy with Cassandra. So do you mean on a more specific level? I mean, we did not see that happen for Age of Umbra, is what I mean. We directly saw them do the collaborative world building when it comes to locations. We did not see them do it when it comes to characters. That's what I'm saying. And so they totally might. Like, I can see Brixton having come up with that character that's in Okros. But we don't know if she came up with that or if Matt did. So just off of what I can see, they did not do the collaborative style for Age of Umbra with characters, but they did do it with locations. That is a good Fallout. There are parts I don't explicitly ask about unless they bring it up. Yes, Quiet Year Style. Quiet Year Style is cool. I will not down Quiet Year Style at all. I would find it personally difficult for a long-running campaign. I think it would be good for, a one-shot, couple episodes, but I can't see it for, like, a 20-episode campaign, a 30-episode campaign. And maybe that is because, like, and that is possibly partially because, like, part of my style is very top-down. And again, I do care a lot about the environments. And Quiet Year is very much about, improving an environment. And so I would feel personally very constrained if I had to build an entire world or even a continent around the things that we came up with collaboratively within the Quiet Year map. Because I would feel as though it needs to mesh in to the wider world in a way that I don't really feel with Desperlock. But clearly, clearly that's like I guess what I am saying is I would not feel comfortable running a session in the Desperlock that we saw. That has removed a lot of the things that get me out of bed for DMing. Now, I don't think that it's bad from an audience perspective. I don't think Matt should have done it the way that I would at all. But like, if you saw me running Age of Umbra, it would be very different. It would be very different. And it is, that's kind of what I'm saying is like, the way that it has been showed is a lot of the things that it is not removed, but is democratized. It's put a lot of things to community or to not collaboration. What's the word? Not consensus. I said it earlier. Committee. It's put a lot of things to committee that I really care about. And like, I really want to like all mesh together and make a lot of sense. And like, if I have any sort of vision for a grand arc, I need the environment to facilitate that grand arc. I put so much more effort into maps and locational placements before a session than I do NPCs. I will improv an NPC on the spot. Like an NPC that I know is coming. Sometimes I will just think of a name and like one mannerism, and that's it. And then I fucking rip it. So that sort of stuff I would love to have the players be into. And I've talked about it on stream before. The one or the time where I have gotten maybe the best feedback on my DMing ever is the one time where I did this. I did the collaborative world building style with factions. I didn't even think about it in that context when I did it. But I told my players, you are all the heads of one of the 16 guilds in this settlement. Come up with your guild. Tell me about what they do. You can make, lieutenants. You can make right-hand men, women, whatever. Go nuts. Go and create your entire faction from top to bottom. I do not care. I'll figure it out. And that is one of the DMing decisions I've gotten the most positive feedback on. Of people saying like, damn, I loved that session. And I'm like, do you remember that session? That session kind of sucked. That was one of my one-shots that I ran, and it was not very good, frankly. But my players remembered it so fondly because they were so into having created the factions. So I think from that perspective, that's what kind of clicked to me, like watching this episode is like, oh, I don't really care about factions and characters that much. Like, I enjoy making a good faction, but I care much more about the layout of the suburbs in the city as opposed to the factions that call them home. Sometimes I will come up with a faction to like help, spark my creativity in terms of making an environment for them to inhabit. But I don't care nearly as much about the faction. So that's how all this kind of came off to me. Yeah. The way that Matt did it, Session 0, is how the book suggests it, but also he's a writer on the book, so that's no excuse. Wait, okay, I did buy the book. Let me open it up. I'm actually really curious, because I haven't seen the book. Like, I haven't seen exactly how it describes what you should do in terms of, like, collaborative world building stuff. Game rules. It is interesting that it doesn't suggest building NPCs in the average case, though it does have you do that in some of the background questions. That is interesting to me because I personally see those as equally entrenched within world building. The sapient factions that rule the world have and influence the world have as much to do with how the world is and looks and runs and feels as the rivers and mountains and forests. Just as much, if not more, honestly. So where would it be? Running an adventure, Session 0? Is it like a Session 0 type beat? Laying the groundwork. Cats. Concept, aim, tone, subject. Ooh, what is this? I don't remember this from the beta. For discussing content and safety is the CATS method. This framework represents 4 elements to discuss with your players to decide what the group wants from the game. Concept, discuss the concept, the aim, the tone, the subject. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Oh, I see that. That's interesting. I've never heard of that before. That's very cool. Is it in asking questions? No, it's not. Environments. Is it within this? Hopefully this isn't considered me like rebroadcasting material I shouldn't rebroadcast. I don't feel like it is, because I feel like most of the point of a book is that like if I went and showed you every single page back to back to back, that might be something. I think this is okay. Let me know if anyone knows if it's not. But I'm looking for like where those like collaborative questions are, because I'm like I said, I'm very interested for this sort of stuff. Rules, maybe. Is it in rules? Nope. Definitely not. Because you said that that it's how the book suggests, but maybe it's like earlier. Suburbs is like suburbs, the Latin for city. Oh! That's true, Confused Strawberry. I never thought about that. Some section around creating the campaign. It's not you're republishing the book. Yeah, that's kind of where I didn't think about it ahead of time, and then I had that thought, and I was like, okay. Some section about creating a campaign. Creating a campaign. Running a campaign. That's a segment. Choosing a frame. Building a map. Aha! Building a map. At the start of a campaign, one of the most important questions to answer is, where are we? To do this, you'll choose one of the blank maps or create your own, print out a copy. If you're using a campaign frame, use the map detailed in that section. Digital copies of these campaign maps are available in Daggerheart. If you know at character creation you'll be running a campaign, you can bring a blank map. Place the map on the table and explain to the players that you'll be using it to build the region together. Yeah, this is pretty. What would you call it? This is pretty quiet year style. Interesting. Filling in space, leaving blanks, absolutely. Incorporating player backstories. The background questions are designed to generate story hooks the players care about. Take good notes during character creations and ask follow-ups. Yeah, because it's interesting. I think this is almost, I don't want to say it's solidifying my opinion, because I don't think any of my opinions on this sort of stuff are solid or crystallized. But I will say, it's like, okay, so the first thing is like, where are we? Okay, I can get that, like, maybe that's something that they view as powerful or good for every campaign. And, filling space, leaving blanks, absolutely. But then when it comes to incorporating backstory, we see Marigold Sioke, born in the floating city of Bloomflare, and she is being chased down by the leaders of the 4 elementals for stealing their stone. Obsessed with finding relics, served as the advisor to King Guthril. Assuming that King Guthril is a custom creation, we're there. Is rivals with Maverick, a snobby human treasure hunter. So I think maybe that is the thing that I will point to more than anything else for what I'm kind of talking about, is that when Matt went to ask them for more detail, right? He did not ask them about this, about the rivals or an elemental, the 4 elementals that's like chasing him down. He asked them, hey, put more settlements in, which could also be seen as this filling space, leaving blanks, but it says you'll want to review your map. So this is for the DM. I guess this is... No, but even this is then choose one of the locations from the list on the sheet and add it to the map. So, yeah, I mean, I guess that's my overall takeaway, is the things that Matt chose to focus in on, to me, speak to a focus on collaboratively building environments, but not necessarily collaboratively creating factions, characters, etc. That is my thesis, I would say. Yeah. Where is it? If YouTubers can create an 8-hour video reviewing a book, I believe you can throw a few paragraphs. That's true. That is true. Yeah. Anyways, to go back to your point earlier, I love doing factions, would likely not push players to make one if they hadn't. I think I would gleefully allow it if they wanted, though. And honestly, if my players wanted to build a specific location, and, they had an idea for a location, like we might say Taliesin with Whitestone, I would absolutely work with them to meld that into the setting. But I think I would have a much stronger, or not stronger, but I think I would want to be more involved in that creative process to make sure that it meshes as opposed to the factions. I would throw any faction they want anywhere with little to no care in the world. I would figure it out. So anyways, that's the first 2 points down. Down and dusted. Congratulations, everybody. In terms of Daggerheart, 2 combats. 2. D&D could never. D&D could never, and I'll stake a claim on that one. Yeah, we had 2 combats. 2 combats of sizable. I'm trying to think of a way to say this. They had a real girthy feel about them. Like, they didn't feel thin, right? They didn't feel narrow. They didn't feel shallow. I felt like I was getting a full-fledged combat. But they went so fast compared to a D&D combat. Now, that said, simultaneously to that, I did find them a little bit difficult to follow. And I think that some of that is down to the fact that I don't know the system, right? It's easier for me to follow a 5e combat because I know how 5e combat works in a very intuitive way. But the concept of like passing the spotlight and of, you know, building up fear and the GM deciding when to end the turn, they are all things that are very interesting to me. Very interesting. But they did, at least right now, they did make the combat harder for me to follow and like understand what was going on at any point, which simultaneously made it more difficult for me to understand the stakes. Like when I didn't know when people were going to go, what people were going to, you know, when I didn't understand the flow, it made it more difficult for me to understand when they were in a bad situation or if they were in a bad situation. And I am reserving judgment on if this is a Daggerheart thing, if this is a me watching Daggerheart thing, or if this is a my knowledge of Daggerheart thing. Like, I don't know if I just need to build up intuition, if it is always going to feel like this watching it, but it won't feel like it playing it, or if it will also feel like this playing it. I can't tell which one of those it is. I think it is one of, well, it kind of has to be one of the 3. But, so I'm holding, you know, off on full judgment there. But right now, it was hard for me to follow. And that was also partially related to, there was a really nice, like, fluidity between what was combat and what was roleplay. Like, I felt like we really kind of, it was a much less distinct, like, harsh line compared to initiative. It was much more smooth and gradual, and there was more of a gradient. I felt like I felt like it would be very possible to slip in and out of what even is a combat. I recently watched Pointy Hat's video on Daggerheart, and he talked about Daggerheart being the best, or the system that facilitated the best chase scene he's ever run or ever experienced. And I think that is partially because a chase at a like core level, a chase is weaving in and out of combat. A chase is one party wanting to be engaged in combat following another party that really doesn't want to be engaged in combat. And so that kind of dual nature of a chase, yeah, I think like naturally it is not going to be very well done in a system like 5e that has this harsh line between combat and not combat. Even if you run out of combat initiative is a slow, grueling process, completely at odds with the vibes and the feel of something like a chase. A chase requires motion, momentum, constantly changing scenery. That's not something that's great if you are stretching every 6 seconds into like 10 minutes of real time. So that, like, when I had not thought about it, by the way, this is not me trying to say, like, yes, I knew this thing that Pointy Hat determined. I had not thought about that in the slightest, but the moment he said it, I was like, oh my God, a chase would be so much better in Daggerheart. And I already see, they didn't even have a lot of, like, ducking in and out of combat, but even just in the transitions between the combats that they had, this in session 1, I saw the fluidity. Like, I saw how naturally things transition. And the thing that I really loved, because, the thing that I was debating on whether or not to read comments, but I think I'll lose my train of thought. I also really loved, I love fear. I love fear. And Pointy Hat brought up a little bit in his Daggerheart video. But I don't even, he didn't hit on it enough that I feel like it sufficiently captured my love for fear. I love fear. Pointy Hat references how it feels sort of like an auto-balancing mechanic. And he was talking about it in terms of more or less players, which I can attest to. I ran the same module with like 3 different play groups, and it felt strikingly the same at 2 players as opposed to 4 players. Like, strikingly similar. I did not rebalance it at all. It was incredible. But beyond that, right, I think the auto-balancing nature of fear goes even further than that, because you can go harder or easier on your players in a specific combat, and as long as you are not sitting at the fear cap and like consistently not being able to gain fear because you're at your cap, as long as you are staying below cap, it's not gonna feel like you're fudging, right? Like, as long as you are spending your fear and not like wasting fear gains, it's not gonna feel like you're fudging. And so if they're in a really bad spot that is, mostly your fault as the GM, you misdesigned something, you can just save your fear. Now, I'm not saying that, you shouldn't go up to the cap and stay there, but you can, kind of turn down the faucet a little bit. You can slow the drip of how often you're using fear. Slow down your pace. And that will naturally lower the difficulty of the combat, but you're still storing that fear for later when they are maybe in a slightly better position. And you can, ramp up the fear spend a little bit without, maybe fucking them over too hard. So it is a mechanical way to capture what I think a 5e DM should do. I like, if you fudge in such a way, again, because like you made a mistake and you made something too hard and you did not appropriately foreshadow the danger of what the players were walking into, I think you should turn down the difficulty a little bit, turn down that faucet a skosh. But I also think in the opposite direction, if you made something too easy, you should turn up the difficulty faucet a little bit. I want to give them appropriate challenge, and fear is such a flexible way for me to mold the challenge into an interesting challenge every time. Now, is that a bit of difficulty on the GM? Yes. Full out, when I played Daggerheart, fear management was one of the things I had the most trouble with. But that is a challenge I am willing to take on. Because I think the benefits are so huge. And I think if I do develop an intuition for it, I think it is potentially one of the most clever mechanics for ensuring proper challenge given an amount of DM skill. Like I think it is a mechanic that scales the most in terms of like benefit to a game and the feel of a game. I think it scales the hardest with GM skill. Like as you get more skilled, the feel of your in fear management, the better your game is going to feel. I think it is unparalleled in terms of a GM mechanic for that purpose. I fucking love it. I loved it in concept. I loved it watching the show. Loved it. Loved it. We should collaborate. You do the factions. I can do the geography. Sounds good. Sounds good. Are you gonna look at the DH rulebook for next step, specifically for the combat? Probably. I didn't buy it until today, so I haven't had a chance to like fully look through it, and I kind of want to do a stream of it, of like looking through, especially some of the change logs. But I'd say it's more likely than not that I've looked through more of the rulebook by the second episode. Or by the time we do the second episode stream. I feel like there's a failure in CR's part as a broadcast, given there's no editing and visual display for the premiere adventure in their TTRPG, as in the details of HP, hope, fear, etc. You know, I'm not a person that... How do I say this? I'm not a person that thinks that they need to have a lot of like on-screen overlays, on-screen effects. I don't think that sort of stuff inherently enhances the value. Like the way that, maybe Fantasy High, will do a lot of that sort of editing where they'll, they have the little health bars and all that sort of stuff. I don't think that inherently makes it better. I do think it's to a large degree, it's a communication tool, which I think is nice. And it helps provide a tone. And I think that even though CR is pre-recorded, which means that they do absolutely have the capabilities to do this sort of thing, I think that they still have a tone of something that is more raw and unfiltered, and adding those overlays might impact that tone. And I do think that is a legitimate, like, core negative to think about and to weigh out. And I don't think they've not considered doing it, is the way I'll put it. And I think they probably just decided against it. But all that said, I'm gonna somewhat argue against my own point for this specific scenario. Because, and I have a really specific reference that will make this make perfect sense. Or maybe it won't. I don't know. The Cut, Sisters Blind Date. All right, now hear me out. I know you might be like, Mega, why are you pulling up a video from The Cut? That is about the Calogaris sisters blind dating on the button. Well, the reason I am bringing that up is because I was watching someone else watch this. I'm a Lud bud. I've made no secret of that. So I was watching Ludwig watch this. I was a little bit of React Andy in me. And something that was so fucking silly that the cut kept doing is that they kept defining Gen Z and Gen Alpha slang. So like one of the sisters would say like dead ass, and they would be like dead ass, adjective, completely serious, DEADASS, dead ass. And it's like, come on, dude. There was another one later that was what was it? It was something like no cap or something. And Ludwig made a joke about it. He was like, "Cut, who do you think your audience is that they need these things defined for them?" And totally agreed. That's silly as hell. People watching the cut do not need those definitions. The reason I bring it up is because unlike something like, unlike something like HP, right? The way that D20 puts it on screen. I don't think they necessarily need stuff like that. I do think that rather than have just that, well, not rather than, in addition to having that intro segment where Matt explained the mechanics of Daggerheart, because it did have that. It had like a whole bit at the beginning with a lot of, on-screen graphics and animations and fun stuff that explained fear, hope, HP, armor. It explained all those things. But it was doing it in a total vacuum from any concrete examples. And I do think that at least for the first episode 1, episode 2, going by the kind of like separation of arcs that we talked about earlier of like, the intro is like episodes 1, 2, 3. I think for the first 3 episodes, they should have put definitions on screen. I think it could have really benefited from putting really short explanations or graphics on screen. It would have impacted the tone, and it would have impacted the feel of it being raw and unfiltered. But I do think in this particular case, for explaining new mechanics, I think the benefit would have outweighed the cost. Clearly they didn't. But that is a point where I can come across and shake hands with you on that one. Yeah. It might have been easier to follow if there were more editing, perhaps having decreasing health bar for characters, but I feel like that might be more distracting. Possibly. Yeah. I agree with raw and unfiltered tone of CR, but I do think more editing helps specifically with the new system. Yep. We're in agreement. I was just taking a long time to get there, but yeah, we're in agreement. I think broadly, I think the way that they did it is the right way to do it. But for explaining the new mechanics of a new system that is like their system, I think that's the time to kind of break your rule a little bit. Yeah. Specifically for this campaign, yeah, we're in it. We're in it. But let's see. Pointy Hat is getting a physical book. I didn't know that. That's cool. You like fear, but not so much hope? I haven't formed a detailed opinion yet on hope. Because hope is a very fundamentally different resource type than any resource in any TTRPG I've ever played. Every TTRPG I have ever played is broadly structured around the PCs having a certain amount of resources at the start of a day, or the start of a time period, slowly draining those over time, and then resting to recover back to full or some fraction of full. This is how Blades in the Dark goes. This is how Pathfinder goes. This is how D&D goes, right? This is kind of the formula. I've talked about how before, like the core fundamental drama producer within something like D&D is resource management. Now, I think that is still part of it in Daggerheart, right? HP, armor, stress. These things are all designed very similar to the traditional TTRPG aspects. But hope is so different. It's so different because fear is an all-encompassing mechanic for the GM, right? At a very basic level, you could GM Daggerheart and only use fear to like take turns, right? To like spotlight different enemies and adversaries. That's all you could use it for. And in that way, fear would just be analogous, at least in broad principle, to a different way of initiative. It would basically be analogous to a different initiative system. But that's not all that fear does. Fear also upgrades enemies. It also activates environmental actions. It allows for special group attacks or cleaving it, or whatever. And so it's this sort of all-encompassing economy for the GM. It replaces initiative. It replaces legendary actions. It replaces layer actions. It is a resource that replaces all of those things, and I'm going to gush about it again, in the most elegant way I can think of. I cannot think of a more elegant way. If you told me that you were going to replace all of those things with the one fundamental system, I don't think I could come up with it. Frankly, I don't think, even if you told me all of the systems it would replace, and you said, we've done it, we've replaced all of them with this one cohesive mechanic, I don't know that I get there. At least in a reasonable time period. If you left it as like a brain teaser for like a week, maybe I could come up with something resembling fear. But I think it's the most interesting thing about Daggerheart, period, dot, end of sentence. I love fear. Hope, on the other hand, doesn't replace anything. Well, it does. But it doesn't replace it in a way where it replicates its behavior. One of the things about fear replacing GM resources is that the GM never had to worry about regenerating resources. The GM has always, in every system, snapped their fingers and resources appear out of thin air. They just have that power. That's how GMing goes. Yes, if you want to self-constrain according to like an XP table, for like the encounters that you build in a day or that you introduce in a day, sure, you can absolutely do that. But I don't think that is the typical method of GMing. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that's very typical or average. So when fear replaced all of those things, it took a resource that GMs snap out of thin air, and that's how the resource regenerates. And it actually constrained GMs more, which is why I think it is basically not a buff, but it's a better form of fudging. It's a better form of self-balancing because it gives GMs that resource that they used to just snap out of thin air, and they could snap out of thin air as much of it as they wanted. And that was the core trouble with fudging, is are you snapping too much of it or too little of it out of thin air? That's the core problem with balancing an encounter, too high or too low. That's the core, because XP was not actually a good way to balance an encounter. It did not take into account so many things about an encounter. Whereas fear still does all of those things, but it balances the rate at which you get it against the rate at which the PCs regenerate essentially like spell slots. So it ties what you can, a resource that you can think of as somewhat analogous to spell slots, and it ties the resource that you use to do that, the spell slots, it ties that almost basically 1-to-1 statistically. It ties that to the resource that the GM uses to increase challenge within a setting, or within a what was it? Within a encounter. That was the word I was looking for. And that is pure and utter genius to me, because, like pointed out, with the differing level of with a differing level of players, it ensures, at least to some degree, an amount of inherent balance within the system. Inherently, they are gaining the enemies are gaining defensive and offensive resources at about the same rate as you gain your special offensive and defensive resources. And then you both separately have some sort of like baseline, like this is how much HP they have, this is how much AC they have. Both adversaries and players still have that. The players still regen that stuff on, like, you know, the rest cycle, and the GM still snaps those things out of midair. But whereas in something like D&D, all resources are on this, like, the players, you know, regen it on a cycle and the GM snaps it out of midair, they have now taken some of both sides of the equation and forced them to mirror each other. Which means that this segment, at the very least, is always going to be balanced. Or roughly balanced, at least. And you only have to worry, as a GM, about balancing this lower layer. This layer that doesn't regenerate on rolling. Which is so much easier in terms of, like, encounter design. So much easier in terms of encounter design. Now, still totally possible to overtune a combat or undertune it. Super duper possible, but less so. So, I like hope in as much as I like fear. And I like their duality. I like them and how they function together. But the core concept of, as a player, having something analogous to spell slots that you continuously regenerate over the course of a session, I don't know how I like it. I don't know. It's interesting. It's very interesting. And I love and adore it as a GM. And I also, the one last thing I'll say, I also love that they don't reset at the end of an encounter. It enhances the fluid nature, because it means that the GM could use the fear outside of an encounter, and that's a combat resource that he now can't use during combat. Same thing with hope. I love the broad applicability of both hope and fear. But I don't know how it'll feel as a player. I don't know yet. Like this kind of almost this aspect of like combo, you know, of this naturally regenning thing that you're always getting back. I don't know how the feel of that will be. I like a lot of the abstract benefits, but I don't know about the feel yet. We'll see. My kiddo is trying to learn and ran Sablewood for me, and as a 1v1, they killed me twice. Well, yeah, that's possible. I can see that. I love fear of giving a monologue in a story. Maybe in Daggerheart there is no fudging. They're only ramping up and ramping down. Kinda, yeah. Like, if you don't know me, I am a broad defender of, again, broadly what you might call fudging. That does not just include changing the value on a die. That includes things like the players go into a combat that they're not prepared for, so instead of 4 minions there's actually only 2. The other ones are on a bathroom break. And then they join later in the combat. That naturally decreases the difficulty of the combat, because turning a combat into this phasic combat where they only have 2 health pools to focus on at first, and then 2 more join later, because of the way that the action economy works, you have made the combat easier. I would call that fudging. If that wasn't pre-planned. And so I have been a defender of fudging, that it is sometimes necessary if you want to run and want to try very interesting things. You don't always know how it's going to go. You don't always, like, you put together a combat or an encounter and you're like, ugh, I don't think this is overtuned, but I could see this aspect of it getting very out of hand and very away from me. You know, we'll have to see how it goes. If I'm taking that sort of risk as a DM, which I think I should, because that's how you create very interesting and memorable encounters. But if I'm taking those sorts of risks, that's not my player's fault. So if I get into the encounter and I do realize that it's very overtuned, I might start slowly tuning it down. I might start fudging a little bit over the course of the encounter. And vice versa, if the encounter is too easy, I might pull a couple of levers to make it a little bit harder. So I don't think that fudging is exclusively bad. I think it is a tool that can be used for good or evil. Fear addresses so many, fear and hope addresses so many of the things that I defend fudging for. Like, I defend fudging as a tool to accomplish certain things. Fear accomplishes so many of those things. Fear and hope. It accomplishes so many of those things better than fudging ever could. I already try to fudge as little as possible. I think I might fudge 0% in Daggerheart. I don't know. But like, so many of the things that I think about fudging for are completely solved, or at least mostly addressed by fear and hope. So I won't say that there's, not going to be any fudging. You could still fudge through things like targeting priority. Like, there's all sorts of ways that you could still fudge. But I think a lot of the justifiable goals that you would use fudging for are accomplished and handled by fear and hope. So I do think that fudging is going to be broadly less defensible in Daggerheart. Because, frankly, Daggerheart is a more balanced system with, with better GM tools for balancing. Like, naturally, the way that a GM will run Daggerheart leads it to being naturally more balanced, taking away most of the excuses or needs for fudging. So I definitely feel like there will be less. Out of curiosity. Wait. I know you haven't studied the book, but how does DH compare to BitD for you? They're very different tonally. I still think that Blades in the Dark is the gold standard for handling scale, frankly. I think that Blades in the Dark, I've looked at a lot of other systems. I've not run nearly as many systems as I've looked at. But when it comes to political intrigue, faction management, large, complex spiderwebbing plots where a single effect ripples out and changes the entire landscape and situation. I think Blades in the Dark is the gold standard for those sorts of mechanics and that sort of campaign. Daggerheart, on the other hand, I'm not going to call it the gold standard because I have not played it enough at all. But the things that seem really strong and really appealing to me is the ability to run things that are epic. And I use the term epic relatively specifically. That doesn't necessarily... That communicates one part of the tone, but that could be dark and depressing like Umbra. That could be light and cheery. That could be a lot of different things. But I think communicating I think it is going to be one of the best systems, possibly. I'll have to, I'm keeping an open mind. I haven't played it. But I think it is going to be one of the best systems for running what I would call like once-in-a-lifetime adventures. Running like a Lord of the Rings style plot line. I think it's going to be one of the best cinematic systems. And those are the sort of systems where you want things to be balanced all the time. Or at least to have a semblance of balance all the time. So I think it's in terms of cinematic feel, and I think it's going to be one of the best, and I think it's going to be one of the best at communicating, not necessarily scale, but maybe monumentality. Singularity, uniqueness. I think it'll be a good system for that. Let's see. Dude, there's so many chats I have left. I still don't understand fear and hope. It makes sense when reading it, and then it just disappears out of my head. I get that. I definitely get that, especially if you're not running it and experiencing it. But I mean, fundamentally, the most general way you can think about it is hope is something like a spell slot in D&D, and fear is something like legendary actions or legendary resistance or layer actions or what have you. It's a resource that you spend to do those things. And players as a whole, the entire player side of the table, and that's very important, the entire player side of the table gets hope at about the same rate that the GM gains fear. Now, it's not actually about the same rate. I'm sure there's all sorts of complicated math on it, but it's relatively close to 50-50. That's the most basic way you can think about it, is a resource for the GM to do things, resources for the players to do things, but not your basic things, right? Not super basic things, normally enhanced things. Both of the sides of the table gain them at relatively the same rate. Yeah. They've been putting out Diehard system videos, which I think they should be playing in pre-show during the break. Fair enough, yeah. He made a point about not getting a book in a recent stream from CR. There's a book on display with a visible card that says reserved for Pointy Hat. Really? I didn't finish the Pointy Hat video. I need to. I only read about half of it, and then I had to go... I only watched about half of it, and then I had to go do something. Yeah. I opened a YouTube video, another tab, and the stream thumbnail was from the cut video. No! It's reading the transcript, dude. Oh, wait, my stream thumbnail. Oh, interesting. Anyways. Yeah. From pure mechanics, both are action points. Fear for the GM, hope for the players. Flavorfully, the names do a good job as they are, for this as they are supposed to feel. Yeah. I love fear. I love everything about fear. And I love that hope is there to make fear better. I have no idea how I feel about hope in terms of like using it yet. But I love fear so much. Okay. Individual slices for each character, similar to the start of Fantasy High. I think it held a bit long on Snicks, but I broadly liked the style. Yeah, I thought that the character intros that we sort of got were interesting. They were fluid. They kind of showed us a slice of life for a lot of the characters. I thought that was really cool. I thought it maybe went on a bit long, but like it going on the barest smidgen of too long, air quotes, purely my opinion from a viewer. In terms of my opinion as like a GM thinking about implementing things at my game, loved it. Take as much time as you want. I don't care. As long as all the players are cool with it. What's up? I'm not sure. Maybe an hour, half an hour.
Okay, so are we like committed to not going to the thing tonight?
Oh shit, when do we need to leave?
Like
50
15 minutes.
minutes from now?
Also,
Oh, do you not?
you're doing
Well,
this and
I am pretty close to done. I don't know. What do you...
I have work I could keep doing, so like.
One sec. I forgot that we had plans. I'm going to talk to Paige really quick about them to see if we're leaving or not. Soon. What's up? I'm back. We're staying in. I want to be, I want to be clear. Part of that was because I wanted to talk off mic about how she was feeling, because I could have wrapped this up or I could have not, and we decided for multiple reasons that I should keep going. So we've got time. We've got time. It has to end an hour later. I got back before you could make the bets. Maybe gonna start homebrewing fear? Dude, if I could. If I fucking could. But part of the problem is that the classes in 5e are so asymmetrical on the amount of resources they have, on how they regain them. You don't need to explain, Megger. Fair enough. But yeah, they're part of the problem, like why I don't think something like fear can even really exist in 5e. I mean, it could exist in like a broad sense where you could like replace and rename some things with fear, but it wouldn't work like fundamentally the same, unfortunately. I wish I could homebrew it. For the 2 games I've played, Hope feels as good as a player. It's easy to not realize how fast you generate it. I could use my 3 Hope abilities pretty often. That's so sick. Yeah. See you later, Pharaoh. Oh, you're probably already gone. Well, the every character gets a little vignette is such a Brennanism. I mean, the main way I was introduced to it was Fantasy High, and I did like it in Fantasy High. I also thought, as a viewer, little long for my taste. But, again, purely as a viewer. Thinking about it from the perspective of a player or the GM, I was like, nah, it was perfect. And I felt almost identically about these little vignettes. I really liked them. I am incredibly confident that I will be working them into the start of my next campaign. I don't want to say I guarantee it, but I would lean that way unless there was something pushing me away from it, because it seems to work so well. The maps were interesting, and I kind of mentioned this earlier. I thought that the maps were really interesting. Matt has gotten, oh my god, I can't even compare the 2 maps that we saw in episode 1. I can't even really compare them to C1. It would feel disingenuous to put them on the same tier list, because it would make me smush so many. Like, the highest C1 map would be like a B tier, maybe, and it would be the Kevdak map, which is currently like S tier for me. Like, Kevdak would get dropped to a B tier. Well, maybe an A tier, but it would drop the other maps way fucking down. So I loved the maps, but something that I was a little bit disappointed in, and I think that there's an amount to be said for, it's essentially the pilot episode. It's the introduction to the combats. You want introduction combats to be very simple. You don't want to be going crazy during intro combats at the beginning of a show or a campaign. So I don't necessarily blame Matt from a perspective of like GMing a show, a miniseries. But if I'm just looking at the combats in pure isolation, the adversaries were a little boring to me. There was the one, the Gate Guardian had that cool leap. I liked that. I like an ooze split. That's very nice. But like everything else, like the Gate Guardian's leap was cool in that it could get around the players, so it could like get at their backline. And that's a good adversary ability. Like, I want to stress, I like that on an adversary in the same way I like the ooze split. But the adversaries did not really... I didn't feel a connection between the environment and the adversaries. And again, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Any connection between the environment and the adversaries, like if the adversaries use the environment in some clever manner of way, that's extremely more complicated than the base case. Like, instantly makes the combat more complicated. So I super understand not wanting to do that in this session. But it did give a slightly weird feel to the combats for me as someone who looks for those sorts of things and who really enjoys those sorts of things. It gave the combat a weird feel to me where it felt like there was all of this potential built into the maps that were not utilized by the adversaries or the players, really. And I also don't blame the players for that. Again, first couple combats. They're still getting used to things. So I don't even really expect the players to be... Like, if I'm expecting anyone to utilize the environments, it's the adversaries. In the first couple of combats, at least. And I still would have preferred if they did, as a GM, as a player. I think that the trade-off of introducing an immediately interesting combat, it's worth the trade-off of perhaps somewhat increased complication. But I do think that that is a preference-based opinion. Like, I think that if I had different preferences or different, priorities, I probably wouldn't feel that that trade-off is worth it. So I completely understand these combats being somewhat more on the simple side. At least in terms of their interactions with the space. We weren't with the Gate Guardian long enough to really show off to me. That's true. I guess I didn't get any feel that we were going to get anything with the environment. Even in the fact that, like, the bodies that were raised, like the skeletons that the Gate Guardian raised, were all on the upper plateau. Like, I think I have a chat in the Discord. When the Gate Guardian starts raising the bodies, I was like, oh, he's going to raise some in the lower plateau, and then there's going to be some in the upper plateau, and someone's going to have to go down, but now they're putting themselves on the low ground. That's going to be so cool and so interesting. And then all of the skeletons that were raised were on the high ground. So that was sort of where it fell a little flat for me and what I enjoy in combat. But I also wouldn't GM it or prep it that way. But I do think that a very reasonable and very skilled GM absolutely could just have different priorities that lead to this. So I don't necessarily see it as a critique. It's more something that I am personally disappointed in. And if you are a DM that maybe shares my sensibilities around, like, the things that make combat interesting, which, again, I think those sensibilities are very different for different people. People love and adore the grog combat in, like, the pit fights in Vasselheim. I think they're some of the most boring combats in CR. But there are people that really love them because of how Travis and Matt narrate it. They find that narration incredibly interesting and compelling. Doesn't do shit for me. Just doesn't get me going. So I think if you share my preferences, then I think maybe there was a little bit of a gap or a lapse here. Maybe put in an environment action, just rearrange the allies, give one ally a ranged attack, something to bring the environments a little bit more front and center. Or not more front and center, but just get them more involved. But if you're not so into that, if you're more into the narrative side of a combat, I think that these combats really accomplished that really, really well. And working it into the environment, while I think still can be a positive for those types of GMs and players, I do think is maybe a net negative in the first couple while you're trying to keep complexity low. Yeah. I feel like the little vignette thing is the thing that people steal from Brennan's style. Like, how do you want to do this from Matt's? Fair. Yeah, which makes sense because those things that have no to little downside don't have any barrier to entry or require specific skill or talent. And most of the time, it gets the players super invested. Couldn't agree more, Confused Strawberry. Couldn't agree more. I absolutely think, like, even if I'm thinking about something that, like, I've heard that people, like, steal from me, it's mostly, like, the map notation. It's like how I look at maps, how I analyze maps, how I think about maps. But that is something that is not zero barrier to entry. That requires like consistent time and like a level of interpretive, like abstract interpretiveness that requires like a decent amount of like creative buy-in that the system is even worth doing. Like the costs are higher and the benefits are more obscured with my like map notation and map analysis compared to how do you want to do this or the intro vignettes. Yeah, the costs, the barrier to entry, near zero. There certainly is some, but it's so low. And even if, even if it goes poorly, well, you just don't do it again. It's so simple. And it has really, really great upside. And the upside is so, I think, very, very clear. Like, you see someone do, how do you want to do this? And it makes it so obvious why Matt does that. Like, the benefit is just right there. So, yeah, I've used more words to describe it, but I agree. Who could have guessed? Okay, and the last thing from a GM techniques scenario. This is more of an observation. It's not really a critique or a compliment, but it is something that I'm taking home with me. The lurking darkness rule. We talked about how it, in session 0, I talked about how I thought it would encourage this sort of looping travel where they travel out to somewhere and then they come back, or they travel out to somewhere, come back, or they travel between the waypoints, but they're not going to be spending a lot of time outside of the waypoints. Even if they spend most of their time outside the waypoints, they are going to, by necessity, have to spend a decent amount of time back at the waypoints, back at the pyres. And I didn't realize it when we were first talking about it, but when we went into session 1 and they're describing the vaults and the catacombs and the firmament's harrow and it going up and, what's there? We're going to have to explore it. And then there's the monastery on the cliffside. A lot of that speaks to me, Mega Dungeon. Mega Dungeon! It's a Mega Dungeon! It's a Mega Dungeon with several phases so that this long, extended exploration sequence where you're in this dungeon for a lot of time in fiction, you break it into phases so that it doesn't start to feel repetitive, so that it feels like you have this momentum, this feeling of travel, right? Everything about how all of this is being described speaks to me as Mega Dungeon. But the lurking darkness makes it really difficult to do a Mega Dungeon. There are a couple of ways you could do it. I've actually described a Mega Dungeon before that has a hub in the middle of it, and you can actually see, like, maybe the exit to the Mega Dungeon is a relatively short distance from the start, but you have to go and do different tasks in different parts of the Mega Dungeon. That would be a way to kind of have this looping nature, but that's not what's going on here with the monastery. The monastery is a straight line. It has an endpoint. then you come back. So it's not, the mega dungeon itself is not set up with like a pyre in the middle. So then I say to myself, okay. Is there any other way to do the Lurking Darkness with it still being a mega dungeon? And the only other way that I came up with that these two things, the concept of a mega dungeon and Lurking Darkness, the way that these two could coexist is if there is a way to stave off Lurking Darkness without the pyres, but it is in some way undesirable. You know what I mean? Like, I'm thinking of Talison's character, I'm thinking of August, and I'm thinking of him pulling out like a little potion, and he's like, well, we could all split this. This will stave off fear and darkness and loneliness and blah, blah, blah. And they're like, oh, is it? And like, you know, I can imagine someone saying like, oh, is it like, 5-hour energy or, some shit. And him being like, oh, close, it's my urine. Like, I could see a mechanic being introduced that is relatively accessible, like, in terms of resources, is basically free, but is very narratively undesirable to the point of encouraging action or inaction within the fiction, within the roleplay. I could see that as a way to say, okay, if we really need to, we can stave off Lurking Darkness, but it is going to have like a long-term psychological fucking impact on us. Or maybe it like prevents you from regenerating stress specifically. Maybe, you only regen half of your shit on long rest. I don't know. I can see there being some sort of alternative to the pyres. Otherwise, I don't know if you can do them together. And I think, I've posited this alternative. I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think August is going to have a method. I don't think that what's his face? I don't think Liam's character is going to have a method. And I think that is another one of the reasons that even though everything I heard about this place, the catacombs, the hollow, or the harrow, the monastery, even though it spoke to me, mega dungeon, big scale, blah, 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 blah. Even though it said all of those things to me when I heard it and, with the way that it was talked about. The things that you would do to make it a mega dungeon are very similar to the things that you would do to give it a sense of scale. And I don't know that those are super compatible with this, with this short series. And I didn't think about that in terms of the Lurking Darkness rule, that I do think, in a way, the Lurking Darkness rule sort of inadvertently lends itself towards the kind of gameplay that would encourage what do you call it? That would encourage or it would encourage the type of gameplay that would lend itself towards a limited series. I kind of hit on that during session 0 a little, where I talked about, being able to kind of control when and where, these random encounters might happen. But I think that there's an even deeper aspect to it, where beyond it giving the DM options, it is going to naturally funnel player decision in such a way that lends itself more towards a limited series, and that will imply a world, or not even imply a world, but will discourage them from actions that might imply things that might lead towards a more extensive campaign or a less short series. I think there's a very subtle but pretty pervasive effect that lingering darkness or lurking darkness has on decision making. That I don't know if I vibe with, but I think it's effective in going towards that more limited space, or that more limited series feel. Yeah. Remind me, lurking darkness occurs during short long rest? Yes. I believe only long rest, possibly short as well. But yes, yeah, it occurs on rest. Yep. They start session 2 with a short rest, but I guess someone will use one resource to take watch. It's not going to be long term, but will make the next phase more difficult. Not even with the certainty of avoiding the darkness. Yes. Lurking darkness, I think, like inarguably encourages them to be at the pyres. It encourages them to take as few long rests outside of the pyres as possible. Now, the rest of what I'm saying is, I think, implications that kind of fall out from that fact. But yeah, inarguably, it gives them a push towards getting home. Because even that person that is taking watch, they are regenerating less resources. Like, keep that in mind. The action that they use to take watch essentially means that they are, like, regenerating less resources. It'd be the equivalent to saying, I'll take watch so I get to regenerate half of my HP rather than full. Or I get to regenerate half of my spell slots rather than full. It makes them weaker. But and like you said, doesn't even guarantee that they survive. It just, makes it more likely that the result is better for them. So the lurking darkness is really, it pushes them. Now, what does that push do, I think, is the deeper kind of question to it. Yeah. The work in progress warlock had to give up a downtime action. That could be a way. Not super interesting, but fits your criteria. Yeah. Yeah, it would. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. But that is something that I'm interested to see the fallout of. Because I'd given lurking darkness a decent amount of thought, but it striked me as something that would be good for some people. Didn't really strike me as something I would be into. But, I got it. But when I'm seeing it and considering it with the world and, like, the implications that I'm getting, the assumptions that I'm making, it seems to me to have maybe a bigger impact than I originally gave it credit for. And I don't know if that'll be a positive or negative. I'm not making a decision either way. We'll have to see. Okay. Last slide. And I think I'm going to rocket through this one because this is just me delivering some spicy hot information. What to know for episode 2. These are things that I thought were, like, necessary facts for you to understand the next episode. The party is currently in the vaults beneath the monastery, a site of untold loot and knowledge. Also, now that I am doing this should have been earlier in the presentation, I'm realizing now. Because I have about half of my peak viewership. My current viewership is about half. So I should definitely put this earlier. But hey, you live and learn. So the party is currently beneath the vaults underneath the monastery. The monastery itself is a site of untold loot and knowledge. A way forward was recently discovered, but the group discovered it had to flee, leaving a member of their group, Velk, at the precipice. The party was tasked with recovering the stranded Vigil member, Velk. Riskello repeatedly stressed that the party is only on a rescue mission. They should not enter the monastery. Now, I will say, I think they're cool up to this point. They have passed the gate, but I don't necessarily know that the gate is the monastery. And Velk, they have very good reason to believe that Velk went through the gate. So I think as of now, they're probably still cool with Riskello. The party saw a trinket hanging on the gate to the hollow next to... Oh, I put hollow! It's harrow, not hollow. I'm sorry. To the harrow, next to a bloody handprint, both likely belonging to Velk, from what we know about Velk. The party entered the gate, already going further than anyone else, save Velk, but not yet having found him. That is what we need to know for episode 2. They have just entered the gate. They've gone up the stairs, and I believe, as someone said earlier, they took a short rest. So that is where we are at. They are in something known as the Firmament's Harrow. Firmament is kind of like heaven. I don't actually know what harrow means, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. Also, thank you. I don't actually know what harrow means. Let me see. Harrow. The harrow is a tool. In agriculture, a harrow is a farm implement used for surface tillage. So the place that we're going is somewhere that would harrow, cultivate the firmament. And to be clear on firmament, the heavens or the sky, especially when regarded as a tangible thing. So the firmament's the heavens tilling tool. Sounds like a subset of the monastery that was used for a very specific purpose. Almost sounds like proselytizing, like maybe this is where they converted people. I could see more like books and libraries. It's like, oh, the books and theologies and arguments are the tools of heaven. We'll see. But I'm thinking about that for next one. I'm not docking points until next presentation yet. I don't know if Velk is going to be a PC or the next monster that they face. He could be a monster. The way he was described, specifically like male Qatari, and he's a little different than the average Vigil member, gave me PC energy. But it might not be. He might be a monster. Yeah. Any quick predictions? I'm going to say that the Firmament's Harrow is going to tell us something about the apostistic, the pre-apostasy religion. The Veiled Gods' religion. I don't know exactly what, but whatever they would consider to be the tools of heaven are going to give us some insights into their thought process. And to link it down even more, to really, to firm it up, I predict we are going to see, it's going to look like a sculpture museum. I think it is going to be row after row, potentially, of clanks clank vessels specifically, ones that are either broken or shattered or just empty. And I think that Misty will be able to touch at least one of them and see some memories from them. And I think that that is going to be the meaning of the name, is that the clank vessels were the tools of heaven. Heaven needed the clank vessels in order to come and inhabit the earth and work their divine works. Maybe, possibly even, this is a little bit even more out there, it possibly might look something like a masonry like workshop, like a sculptor's, like a marble sculptor, like their workshop. And we might even see something that looks like Misty, that's like a work in progress and like hasn't been completed yet. And Misty has like this really weird feeling of familiarity to it or something like that. I don't know. Or one that is shattered potentially. I don't know. But so this could be like in the same way that like Catholic monasteries like are known for producing wine, which is a core part of the traditional ceremony of the Catholic religion, you know, the body and blood, whatever. A lot of monasteries were dedicated to producing that sort of stuff. I could see in a very similar sense, and this is regardless of whether or not my prediction around Umbra and Othelius or whatever, regardless of my predictions around what caused the Umbra, either way, the Clanks were formerly, you know, divine servants. And so the idea that a monastery, in a parallel to how monasteries make wine in real life, the idea of a monastery that crafts the bodies of Clanks, that prepares these bodies for their holy inhabitants. I mean, fuck. If we want to go even further with it, in Catholic tradition, it is seen as the wine being literally transformed into the literal blood of Christ, literally divine essence, not in a symbolic way, in a literal manner. That would really parallel to a monastery making these husks, these vessels that the divine then comes down to inhabit, in the same way that Jesus is made real, is made material within the wine. So that's my prediction. It's going to be like a sculptor's workshop that was this Luzal monastery. That was their kind of purpose and calling, is they crafted Clanks. Especially given, you know, that Misty's in the party. Yeah. Firmament outside of context to me is just sky, but given the world mat, it's probably the religious meaning. I agree. I think that firmament can have a somewhat secular meaning, but I do think that we're looking at more of the, especially given that it's seemingly the basement to a monastery. It's almost, I think it's almost certainly the religious meaning. Yeah. I like the Clank prediction if you just want to be right but not fun. Ah, come on. What do you mean? You don't think that's fun? Huh. The fun prediction is still a museum but filled with vestiges because it's just Exandria. Shush. Okay, all right. What's a more fun prediction I can make? Maybe the second PC is another vessel for another god in conflict with Misty, but two Clanks would be strange, I guess. That's certainly a possibility. I would never, like let's say that Liam is Velk and then Laura is, maybe another Clank. That could be incredibly interesting, especially given the Clank, nature. Like the nature of them having these flexible crafted bodies that are probably not, none of them are going to look the same. The nature of like the Clank stat card having the it's like integrated purpose or something, where like every Clank is going to put that +1 on a different experience. And so literally the things that they are good at are going to be very different in a way that is unique to Clanks and like unique to the stat card. Where like, every fawn to some extent is going to be good at jumping, but every Clank is not necessarily going to be good at the same types of things. So I think if you were going to have two of the players be the same ancestry, I think Clank is the one to choose. If you were going to have them be an identical ancestry, I would go with Clank. And I think it would actually show off one of the unique aspects of the Clank ancestry within Daggerheart. And it would show off the unique aspect of experiences in Daggerheart and how that can fundamentally modify your game. But if I was a betting man, I don't see it. I think even if Laura, or just, the second PC, is even if they are in the monastery, they've been in the monastery, maybe locked in there because they couldn't get past the gate guardian, maybe. I don't know that they'd be a Clank. I think they'd probably be something else. Maybe even if they're from the before times, I think they'd be like a mutated monk that is like slightly insane, But again, if they were going to be the same ancestry, I'd have it be Clank. Because Clank can be so different, Obadiah, I'm pretty sure. I'm almost positive that I said Obadiah a lot, and I think it's not actually Obadiah. I think it's something else. Judging from the title art, the two PCs are more humanoid, not of a similar silhouette to Misty. Well, if I was defending the choice to make her another Clank, to make either Laura or Liam be another Clank, with the nature of Clanks in general, but especially Clanks in this setting, they could have a very different silhouette. Like the fact that Misty inhabits a vessel that looks like an angel, this 8-winged angel, that is coincidental, Her form could kind of look like anything. It could look very humanoid. She might look like a more classical humanoid robot. Dude, I could even see, okay, you want me to give a wacky prediction? I'll give a wacky prediction. Here's my wacky prediction for you. I think Velk is Liam. We're locking it in. I'm not gonna dance around it anymore. I could be totally wrong. Velk could absolutely be Laura, but I'm gonna lock in. I think it's Liam. Second prediction. I think Laura, hear me out on this, is another Clank. But I think she's gonna be like a Michelangelo looking motherfucker. I think it's going to be like fucking, statue, totally naked, chiseled abs, cock fully out. No leaf. And I think that Laura is still going to be feminine, even though the body full dong. All right, no leaf to hide it, and huge, by the way, because I think she will be inhabiting the Clank vessel that King Obadiah, or whatever the fuck his name was, Othadias, I think she's going to be inhabiting the vessel that was crafted for Othadias. And I think he crafted himself this, like, it's gonna be, like, inlaid with gold fucking runes and precious gemstones everywhere. And, like, it's gonna be, like, she's gonna be having sat on, like, the high seat of the monastery for millennia and is, like, kind of going a little insane. Like, remembers some of it, but, like, remembers some of, like, the apostasy because Obadiah tried to shove his expanded consciousness into this vessel. So it's also, like, dark and stained with these dark, malevolent cracks. And that would potentially, and she's a sorcerer. All right, we're getting even more into it. And wait, right? Because sorcerer is the other one that has the dark magic, right? Am I going crazy on this? Because I've been predicting rogue, I've been predicting warrior, I've been predicting all that bullshit. But no, if we're getting fun with it. Because I believe sorcerer is the one with like shadow magic, or with the they're the one that shares the domain with rogue, if I remember correctly. What is it? Midnight. Absolutely. I think that Laura Bailey is playing a Clank sorcerer, and I think that she. Not necessarily, I don't think that she shares a consciousness or a fragment of the consciousness with Othadias. You know what, we can call him Smokey too. You know what, fuck it, fine, Daniel, you're fine. We'll say this is Exandria, and we'll call Umbra Smokey too. All right. Othadias, Umbra, Smokey 2. I think that the Clank vessel that she inhabits was the vessel created for Smokey 2. He tried to inhabit it. It didn't work. It couldn't fucking contain him. And so now it was left in the monastery. This might even end up being, part of the source of the apostasy. We might find a bunch of evidence of, like, this is where the Umbra expanded out from. Smokey 2, sorry. And, and Laura Bailey is a, like, feminine identity, a femme Clank consciousness, one of the veiled gods, maybe even the veiled god that maybe Othadias could have gotten into the vessel, but maybe one of the other veiled gods stopped him. Maybe that shit's Laura Bailey. While we're on the crazy conspiracy right now, I'm gonna say it is. I'm going to say that Laura Bailey's character is the veiled god that ultimately stopped Othadias from fully ascending. She couldn't stop him from elevating and expanding his consciousness. But when he was trying to enter the vessel, she shoved him out. She basically plugged the hole. And as a veiled god, she is much more used to operating one of these Clank vessels. That is how she has existed in the material world. And so she was able to outpower Othadias, essentially. And she thought maybe he'll float around and we'll be able to deal with him, but his consciousness was so expanded that she accidentally created the Umbra. And if I'm right, we can't even say pre-watch, because I can't. So that's my prediction. I think that Laura Bailey is gonna inhabit a Michelangelo-esque massive cock body. I don't know why I'm so on that. It's like marbled, almost kind of like how the Parshendi are described in Stormlight. Marbled with these black and gold veins, marbled with obsidian and gold. They don't, in the same way that Misty kind of grr, grr, when she moves, Laura Bailey's character just fucking swims through the air. Ah, the air parts around her. Oh, so so graceful, so elegant. She has this aura, maybe even this. Isn't penumbra like a dark aura? Am I thinking right? Penumbra. I'm thinking of the word penumbra. What is penumbra? Penumbra. In astronomy, the penumbra refers to the lighter outer part of an umbra. Wait, what? I forgot that umbra has a meaning. I didn't even think about that shit. The umbra, which is a shadow cast by an object during an eclipse. What? Why didn't I think about looking this up earlier? The penumbra is the region where only part of the sun's light is blocked, resulting in a partial eclipse. Penumbra can also describe a shaded region surrounding a sunspot, a figurative term for a gray area, a legal concept. But an umbra is the shadow cast by an object. Whoa, wait a minute. The umbra is the shadow of an object. I mean, that supports the existing cosmology, to call it an umbra, right? That supports the existing cosmology, because the existing mythos is that the veiled gods are up here, they're all bright and shiny and nice, and then something happened to block them out. Maybe they left, now they can't come back. Actually, it doesn't even support the existing mythos. It doesn't. It doesn't. Because an umbra implies that something is blocking the light. The light is trying to come through, but it can't. The umbra is the result. It is the privation of the light. So potentially... Oh, this is a totally new theory. I mean, the word is just very evocative, but this is a totally new theory. There could be a physical object, possibly still having to do with Othodias. I mean, clearly having something to do with the apostasy, that is forcibly detaching the veiled gods from their bodies, like from their original bodies, forcibly preventing them from re-entering. And the entire, like, possibly the veiled gods have always had this sort of dual nature. And so something like split them, and like the dark halves all like congealed together to form the Umbra. And the light halves are like wandering the wilderness, not able to like reconnect. Sort of like a matter antimatter situation almost. Like maybe the dark halves of them are, for lack of a better word, like attracted to each other, but the light parts aren't. Like an ion? Is that how an ion works? I don't know. Like a magnet. And so like the dark halves all collected together to form the Umbra, and the light halves all like repel each other. That one feels a little bit more shaky than the other one, honestly. Honestly. Because the idea of the Umbra being this privation of light makes an amount of sense, but it brings up, like in the analogy of the sun, the moon, and the earth, okay, the shadow on the earth is the Umbra, the sun is the veiled gods in heaven, but what is the moon? It would be some sort of object, because the Umbra implies that it's there, that it's causing this actively, right? It is an active barrier between the sun and the earth to cause this shadow, this privation, this Umbra. That brings up the big question of, in that analogy, what is the moon? You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. That one's a little shaky. I think Laura Big Dick Bailey is is a better analogy. It's a better theory. Anyways, Megan is straight offended at having a boring prediction. Fuck you. I'll get wacky if you don't tell me my theory's boring. I'll fucking show you boring. You convinced me that Belk is a PC, but I don't see Liam play him. No specific reason why. Now I don't know what to think. You guys switch all of this. And just say that Laura is playing Velk and and Liam is the Clank. Mega going off, and I don't know if he's actually right. Dude, imagine. Oh, man, it's gonna be an incredible feeling if I'm right about any portion of this. Oh, imagine. Went full Mega. You never go full Mega. She's a full ribbit bullfrog. A full ribbit bullfrog would be the pretty much the antithesis of what I'm describing. Oh man, how does he do it? And keep in mind, the Umbra is the campaign frame, not invented specifically for this campaign. That is true. So the Age of Umbra could also just imply this Age of Darkness. Blah, blah, blah. That is true. Does the Age of Umbra not have Smokey V2 in it? Smokey V2, the cooler version of Sunny V2? Does the normal Age of Umbra campaign frame not have Smokey in it? Like the Umbra? Because in that case, I actually believe that theory that I just put out there even less. The Age of Umbra. The massive dick Laura Bailey is the less shaky theory. Yes, frankly. Belk is a surprise guest player. Yeah. That'd be crazy. They're like, it's Belk. And we know that you guys have all been thinking there's some people missing from the table. And so we'd love to say, come on out here, Orion Akaba. Get in here, buddy. Orion is actually playing Belk. That would be the subversion of all subversions. That would be the twist of all twists. If they've actually kicked Liam out of the company, he's never coming back. They're replacing him, and this is how they announce it. Oh my god. It's Patrick Rothfuss. Yeah. I believe Matt read a paragraph of the campaign and it mentioned the Umbra. No. The book Umbra does have the Umbra. I'm not sure if the mechanics are exactly the same. I see. I see God King Uthadius. I see the Veiled Gods. I see the Blasphemy. I think he actually did mark this out almost word for word. It does seem as though the Umbra is still a thing, but interesting. What kind of Shiri is this? Is this? No, I don't know what you mean. I bet you were the guest player to tell us by feigning ignorance. Oh, you think I am? That's the new theories. I'm actually on Age of Umbra. I've actually recorded the entire series, and I'm giving you so much info. I'm just spoiling everything. And then I'm going to come out on set, and I'm going to... I'll be 100% with you. I'll be 100% with you. If I was in Age of Umbra, I would not be pre-watching it and doing this, like, discuss afterward format. If I was in Age of Umbra, I would 1000% be watching it live, because I'm sure that I would have permission. And I would be making any excuse to justify it until we got to the point where we all live see me. I would spin any argument that I could to justify it. And then I would allow us to all have the surprise together. I'm not reserving that surprise for the Discord. A likely story. Best believe he read the combat rules of TH. Yeah, you best believe I know about the rules. I'm actually the big dick marble statue. That's why I'm so obsessed with it having a big dick. I'm like, no, guys, you don't understand. It's huge. Sam Riegel keeps asking. It's under a leaf, and Sam Riegel keeps being like, let's take a look under the leaf. And I'm like, guys, it's huge, I swear. I don't know. The leaf looks pretty small. That's it. I'm Othodius. That's how I know the cosmology. Oh, yeah. Big dick evil. God. The BDEG is now going in my lexicon. I'm happy. The big dick evil guy is the equivalent to the lawful stupid paladin. Or it's the opposite. It's if you have like a lawful evil BBEG, the chaotic evil BBEG is actually the big dick evil guy. You gotta give the evil one, or the chaotic one, the bigger one. I am the Umbra. The leaves of grower. All right, with that, I think we've happened upon some pretty cool theories in this one. Number one, I'm gonna say it. I think, I think the Misty's a veiled god and all that. I think that's true. I think that's 100% true. God, I need to put together a supercut of these theories, because they actually might get watched. Whenever I put out a C1 theory, no one watches it because everyone already knows whether or not I'm right. Only a subset of people like watching me theorize. But now I'm like, oh shit, I can put this out into the community and people could debate it. Maybe I'll have to do a supercut of it. But with that, I'm peacing out. I will see all you cool cats and kittens later. I'm going to go eat dinner. Goodbye. Watch Age of Umbra tomorrow. I'll be not in Discord chat when watching it because I have something else going on at the time. So I'm going to have to post-watch it. But anyways, goodbye.